As NASA astronaut Frank Rubio puts the finishing touches on attaching the SAFER to NASA Steve Bowen, our EV-1, Woody Hoberg is going to begin working on Sultan Альнейаді. Teams in Mission Control Houston continue preparing the space station itself for today's spacewalk. That includes inhibiting some of the thrusters on the outside of the International Space Station so there isn't any interference. Additionally, it can include closing some of the shutters over the windows. And eventually, the crew members may be asked to not exercise at certain parts during today's spacewalk. Specifically, that no exercise request comes whenever the SSRMS, or the Canadarm2, as it is more commonly known, is in use. This just helps ensure there are no additional loads being imparted on the Canadarm2, especially when we're moving a crew member from one place to another. NASA's Woody Hoberg will be driving the Canadarm2 today from inside the International Space Station after he has helped get the crew members out the door. As you can see, they've moved NASA's Steve Bowen into the crew lock portion of the airlock. And as Sultan Альнейаді begins preparation for his first ever spacewalk and the first spacewalk for any UAE astronaut, joining us in Mission Control Houston today, watching from the viewing room, is Hazza Al-Mansouri. He was the first United Arab Emirates astronaut to visit the International Space Station, so a very proud day for our friends in UAE. As Woody Hoberg, our suit IV, and Frank Rubio work to attach the safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue to Sultan Альнейаді's spacesuit. We're getting closer to the start of today's spacewalk. Again, you can see that there are no stripes on the spacesuit that Sultan is wearing. This is an EV2 suit. You'll be able to differentiate between him and Steve Bowen once they're outside the hatch by checking out their where there are no stripes on this suit, and there's a red stripe on Steve Bowen's suit. Later in the day, Bowen will be on the SSRMS, the Canadarm2. Looks like Frank Rubio will be our prime operator for the Canadarm2, backed up by Hoberg. As Rubio and Hoberg continue working to attach the safer to Sultan Альнейаді's spacesuit, they are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. You can't see him, but Steve Bowen is already in the crew lock portion. Once this attachment of Safer is complete, Hoberg and Rubio will move Альнейаді into the crew lock portion of the airlock. They'll then close the hatch and begin depressurization of that airlock, eventually preparing for the external hatch to be opened and our spacewalkers to head outside. Some fun information about the spacesuits as we prepare for these crew members to get out of the hatch this morning. These suits are obviously fitted on the ground for the crew, but they also refit their suits in space to account for any spinal elongation or fluid shifting that has occurred since they arrived at the International Space Station. The suit has 6 layers. It provides atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection. Engineers on the ground take about 80 measurements to ensure each spacewalker has the best fitting spacesuit, which includes about 16 major elements that compose the suit itself. This includes 3 different sizes of torsos, 8 sizes of elbow joint pieces, 2 sizes of adjustable waists, 5 sizes of knee joint pieces, and 65 sizes of gloves or custom fitted gloves. Now that the Safer is properly attached to Sultan Альнейаді's spacesuit, Hoberg and Rubio are working to move him into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once our 2 spacewalkers are situated, Rubio will exit that portion of the airlock and rejoin Hoberg in the equipment lock section. They'll then close the hatch and begin depressurization of the crew lock area. Because the International Space Station is just that, international, the time zone GMT is used, so it's at 12:17 p.m. on the space station. These crew members are essentially in the middle of their day. Again, we're looking for about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. That spacewalk clock will begin when their suits are turned on to battery power. A smile from NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg, today's suit IV. He's been helping the astronauts get suited up, along with Frank Rubio, they're closest to the screen. They're both in the equipment portion of the Quest airlock. Now both crew members are in the crew lock portion, and the next steps will be to close the hatch between the two and prepare for depressurization. Both Rubio and Hoberg looking ready to go, as do the two astronauts in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
An airlock on 1, complete through step 76.
Good morning, Woody, and we copy step 76. We will put step 78 and 79 in work from the ground.
Morning, Costa. Sounds great.
The voices you hear right now, obviously Woody Hoberg using that tablet to step through the next steps ahead of today's spacewalk. He's speaking on the ground with Costa Mavridis, who is the Capcom. Once the astronauts switch their suits to battery power and get outside the hatch, they will hand over communications to NASA astronaut Anne McClain here in the room. She's known as the ground IV and will be relaying steps to the astronauts from here in Mission Control Houston. Mavridis will remain on console to work with the astronauts that are on board the station, but not outside on the spacewalk.
Okay, the hatch is closed. It's closed? Okay. Let me see how far back I can get. Okay, see my safety tether pack. Our tether is connected to the gearing extender. It's locked. Gets locked back and back. Okay. And I see gearing extender on my right is also. Oh, I got it back. Two hooks, they're all locked. And back to back. So make sure you have my anchor hook and it's locked.
And Steve and Sultan, good morning. Letting you know you are hot mic on Space Ground 1.
Morning, Costa. Favorite coffee.
Good morning, and Woody, back to you for steps 81 and on.
Back, Costa. Thanks a lot. Yeah, so I've got my waist tether, gate close, slide lock. Keep my big hook, gate close, slide lock. Your green wheel, gate close, slide lock. Green wheel is unlocked. The yellow hook is gate close, slide lock. We'll do the tunnel config in just a minute. I'm going to have Sultan
check that the depress pump power is off, OFF.
Okay, depress pump is off.
And depress pump enable LED.
The enable LED is on.
Copy that.
And of course, you're hearing some new voices added to the mix now. That it is of Steve Bowen and Sultan Альнейаді preparing for depress.
And coast over in step 84, awaiting your go.
And Woody, we are go for depress. You have a go in step 84.
Do that. All right, Sultan on the UIA. Switch depress pump power to on, OM.
Okay, depress pump is coming to on. Switch on.
Sultan, take the depress pump and ISO valves open. You guys can expect an alert zone.
Right, copy. Depress man isolation valve open.
Okay, and as the crew lock depresses, you'll monitor your suit pressure gauge and make sure it remains less than 5.5.
All right, copy. Everyone go.
We are in a handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems that we use to communicate with the International Space Station. Teams have given a go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where our two spacewalkers, NASA's Steve Bowen and Sultan Альнейаді of the United Arab Emirates, are inside and preparing for their spacewalk. We started with pressure in the airlock at about 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch. It continues to drop now at about 11.6 pounds per square inch. Depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock continues, now looking at about 9.6 pounds per square inch of pressure. They'll have a built-in hold shortly where they wait to check out and make sure that the readings are accurate coming from inside the Quest airlock and that temperature fluctuation isn't causing the pressure readings to change. Pressure in the crew lock continues to drop as planned, now at 8.25 pounds per square inch. Now under 6.5 pounds per square inch of pressure in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. That depressurization continuing to be monitored by NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, the ground IV in the picture now, as well as team members here in Mission Control Houston.
Okay, Sultan, on my mark, you'll be taking the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Copy and ready.
Mark, depress pump man ISO valve closed, expect an alert tone.
Man ISO valve closed.
Okay, next up, we are going to perform a leak check. You'll use your display switch to scroll until leak check question mark is displayed. Hold yes 2 seconds and follow displayed instructions.
Copy.
As expected, pressure inside the airlock now paused at 5 psi while the crew conducts leak checks. Depressurization will resume shortly once these leak checks are complete, ensuring everything looks good with the airlock.
EV2 leak check complete. E1 leak check complete, get into EVA. EVA.
Okay, check O2 actuators, both EVA.
Not yet. Good look.
Confirmation coming from both astronauts that their suits have good leak
And
checks.
Sultan, I think you might have said it, but O2 actuator EVA.
That's affirmative. EVA on EV2. And EV1 is in EVA.
For that, Sultan, you'll take the depress pump man ISO valve to open.
Hold on. Okay, we're standing by. I'm still not quite in EVA. Hold on. Okay, O2 position EVA, EV1.
All right, thanks, Steve. Sultan, you can now take the depress pump man ISO valve to open, and you guys should expect an alert tone.
Copy. ISO valve open.
And Steve, you'll take the EV hatch MPEV to open.
EV hatch MPEV coming to open. Open.
Copy, open.
Depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock has resumed. And we are handing over satellite communications with the International Space Station. We expect to regain that communications very shortly. Things continue to move smoothly this morning as we prepare for our astronauts to exit the hatch and conduct an approximately 6.5-hour spacewalk.
And Station Houston for Steve, we heard you working on the EV hatch MPEV. Can you let us know when it's complete?
It's complete.
Okay, copy that. And Woody, can you verify the EMER MPEV is also open?
Affirm Costa, the EMER MPEV is open. Step 9 complete.
Okay, we copy both. Thank you, guys.
Voice on the ground currently communicating with the astronauts is Costa Mavridis. They are in the center of your screen. Over to the bottom of the screen is, and his left is Scott Stover, today's flight director. The pressure in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock is now under 3 psi. Meanwhile, the pressure inside the spacesuits is about 4.3 psi. And this view of Sandy Fletcher, today's lead spacewalk officer, working through the tasks and relaying them to teams on the ground. As depressurization continues in the crew lock, we are now under 2 psi. The International Space Station, flying 266 statute miles over the Indian Ocean, will be coming up over the south coast of Australia shortly.
Woody, I'm reading airlock pressure 1.1.
Okay, Sultan, copy that. We're just lagging a little behind on the PCS. I'll give you a go for step 10 in just a moment.
Let's copy, standing by.
Sultan, I'm guessing we're 30 seconds to a minute out from that action.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, take the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Copy. ISO valve closed.
Copy that. Sultan, on the UAA, switch depress pump power off, OFF.
The press pump is off.
All right, and with that, you guys can report your initial tether config to Ann for egress.
Okay, we'll start with my left side. On my left side, I have my left waist tether to my mini workstation, then to the D-ring extender, gate closed, slider locked. I have my tether pack, red hook, gate closed, slider locked, and the red wheel is unlocked. Yellow hook is gate closed, slider locked. The green rail is in my mini workstation. On my right-hand side, I have my right waist tether, gate closed, slider locked, to Sultan's blank hook. Like I see that, Steve, my anchor hook is connected to your waist tether, and anchor hook is get closed locked, black on black. My green wheel is unlocked, and the green hook from the green wheel is connected to my red wheel. That hook is get closed locked, black on black. Red wheel is unlocked, and from the red wheel I have my my yellow hook is connected to the green wheel, and it's get closed locked, black on black. And the red hook from the red wheel is connected to my right gearing extender, and that hook is get closed locked, black on black. The same gearing extender on the right. I have my base tether, small hook is get closed locked, black on black. Large hook is connected to the internal gearing extender. It's gate closed locked, black on black. On my left side I have a gearing extender, and I have my second waist tether, and small hook is gate closed locked, black on black. Large hook is connected to my mini workstation.
And Stephen Sultan, that's a good load path, good config.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and UAE astronaut Sultan Альнейади reporting their configuration of tethers, their mini workstation, and other equipment before they begin opening the hatch.
Okay, and Stephen Sultan, just a reminder, once the DPT gets near 0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Copy that. All right, so let's see if we get my body down here a little bit further. Bring it to the handle at some point. Report and forward. All right. Oh, sort of hung up on something.
Now less than 0.9 psi in the crew lock. Aside from the spacewalk preparations that we're watching right now on the International Space Station, Andrei Fedyaev and Dmitry Petelin, as well as Frank Rubio, are currently in the exercise portions of their day. Astronauts on the International Space Station need to exercise for about 2 hours a day to maintain muscle mass and proper bone health while in microgravity. That exercise will be limited and actually restricted while the Canadarm2 is in use today. Steve Bowen will be on the end of the Canadarm for part of the spacewalk. That'll be controlled by NASA's Frank Rubio, as well as monitored by Woody Hoberg, our ground IV, who's in the center of your screen and who worked this morning to suit up the 2 astronauts now in the crew lock portion of the airlock.
Station Houston, an update. We are at about 30 minutes of depress time. Looking at our predictions, we are expecting to need the entire 45 minutes before we take action. So you can expect another 15 minutes of depress before we take action.
81 copy. 82 copy.
Depressurization of the crew lock continues, now 0.69 psi. Anticipating about 15 more minutes of this depressurization. It's a busy time aboard the International Space Station, as always these days. In addition to this spacewalk, there are 2 Roscosmos spacewalks coming up in May. We recently saw the departure of Northrop Grumman's 18th commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station on April 21st. And just before that, SpaceX's 27th commercial resupply mission departed on April 15th. We expect to see another SpaceX resupply mission, the 28th, this summer, which will bring up 2 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays. We refer to those as IROSAs. Part of today's tasks are preparing the space station for installation of those IROSAs on a future spacewalk. Depressurization continues in the crew lock, bringing the airlock itself down to a vacuum to match that of space. This is about a 45-minute process. We have about 10 minutes left. Now at about 0.5 psi in the crew lock. Again, this is down from 14.7 psi where we started today and what the rest of the space station is at, as well as what's very similar to what we experience here on Earth.
All right, Stephen Sultan, I'm showing crew lock pressure less than 26 millimeters. Steve, can you verify the EV hatch gauge shows less than 0.6?
The hatch gauge shows less than 0.6, looks like about 0.4.
All right, with that, Steve, you have a go to open and stow the EV hatch. And a reminder, once you get it off the seals, you'll want to get the hatch MPEV to closed.
All right, I am opening the hatch and I will get the MPEV to close.
Good reports here in Mission Control Houston, as well as from the crew aboard the International Space Station. The hatch is now open and the crew lock itself is at a vacuum. Again, we will start our timer for today's spacewalk once the spacesuits themselves are on battery power.
And the hatch is open. The MPEV is closed. Is closed. Hatch is latched.
Okay, Steve, copy that. I can verify that the emergency MPEV is closed. Gentlemen, it's time for me to hand you over to Anne. It was a real honor suiting you up this morning. Sultan, you're making history today. Congratulations. We're so excited for you. Hope you both have a great EVA, and we'll see you in just a few hours.
Fantastic job, Woody. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for all the help, Woody. Thank you.
And now that Woody Hoberg's job as suit IV is complete.
Sultan, Hetty here.
And I have you loud and clear. And I got you loud and clear.
Fantastic. So with that, we can start our post-depress. On both DCMs, you're going to stagger your switch throws, and you can switch power to battery.
EV1, power going to battery. EV1. Okay, EV2 going to battery. I've got blank, no bite. Good startup.
And we copy.
EV2 the same.
Okay, we copy both power to bat, and you can switch your display to Pro to verify function display.
And EV1 display is functional. EV2, functional display.
Sultan, on the UIA, you can switch power, EV1 and 2 to off, OFF, and check that all 4 LEDs are off.
Right, copy and work. V1, power off, LEDs off. V2, power off, LEDs off.
Okay, copy. For both of you, you can now disconnect your SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow your SCU in the pouch.
Rapid work, EV1, work.
In the center of your screen is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's going to be the primary communicator with the astronauts while they are on today's spacewalk.
Okay, cover in place, SCU is in the pouch. Then cover installed for the pouch.
Okay, we copy that you both have the DCM
Pouch,
covers.
you're right. Affirmative, and I'm just looking for the pouch. It's right here, I'm going to give it to you. There it is. Well, let's make sure it's on the right side there. There you see it, Sultan? Make sure it goes on the correct side of your... I got it, thanks, you're good. Okay, DCM, correction, SU is in the pouch now.
Copy, both SUs are in the pouches. At this time, you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
That's affirmative. ISO valve closed.
Copy, for both crew on your DCMs, you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
Control valve coming to max hot, EV1. Control valve, max hot, EV1.
Copy?
EV2, max hot.
Copy. You may now both switch water to on, ON.
EV1, water's on. Water's on, EV1. EV2, water is on.
Copy both. Now on your DCMs, check blank bite off.
Blank bite off, EV1. EV2, blank bite off.
Copy. You can now set your temperature control valve as desired and let us know what that setting is. And just a reminder throughout the EVA today to please report your changes and try not to do any changes that are larger than 2.
EV1 copies and reposition. Okay, EV2 TV setting is 5. EV1's initial setting is 4 when I get there. KV1's initial setting is 4.
Okay, we copy 5 and 4. Thank you. Can you please report your suit P gauge?
EV1 4.3. And 4.3 for EV2.
Copy 4.3, and you can set your visors as required. We're about 5 minutes from a sunrise.
And I agree, it is dark outside. EV1 copies. I need 2 copies.
Okay, and with that, we can verify that your suit parameters look good. So that'll take us, and we'll take care of the last step on the post-G-press. So with that, we'll step into the procedures. So when we're ready, Steve, you are go to open the thermal cover.
Opening the thermal cover.
And Steve, reminder to release the hook for the magnetic plate D-ring and attach the hook to the stowage tether point and cinch the strap until snug.
And that's in work.
As we get a live view from outside the Quest airlock, we have confirmation that the spacewalk itself began at 8:11 a.m. Central Time today as the astronauts turn their suits to battery power.
And making snug. All right, and that's complete. Thermal hatch is open.
Copy. You are now go to egress the airlock.
Keep on egress in the airlock. Left seat.
And Sultan, as he egresses, your next step is going to be to transfer the crew lock bags out if you want to get eyes on crew lock bag on 2 or 3.
I was expecting the IDA bag. No, IDA is 3rd. All right, copy.
Yes, you can pass those bags in any order.
Okay. All right, copy. And by Sultan, I want to make sure I'm in a good orientation here and get my...
And Steve, as you get set, please also turn on your HECA.
All right, let me get myself in a good config here. My waist tether.
First out of the hatch this morning is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is EV1. You can differentiate between he and Sultan Альнейади by the red stripe that is on Bowen's spacesuit.
And heck. And I got a good green light for HECA. Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for a bag. Okay, I'm sending bag number 3 first. Bag number 3.
And I know you're tracking, but crew lock bags 2 and 3 are going to be stowed on the airlock zenith of the starboard airlock toolbox on 556.
556. Copy.
The crew members start their day with Sultan Альнейади passing out some of the
Coming your way, Steve. That's it.
passing out some of the bags that will be used to Steve Bowen. He will then stow those on a handrail for use later.
Airlock that. Got it. It's coming back. Got it. Okay, here it comes. All right, I'm going to put that up on the Z-ring extender. Thank you.
As you can see, the colors changing outside of the International Space Station. We will be entering an orbital sunrise, orbital daylight, very soon. The lights on the helmet camera of Steve Bowen down in the bottom left of your frame are currently on. The International Space Station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, so these spacewalkers will work in alternating light and darkness throughout their time today.
All right, crew lock back 3, on 556, on the ret. My ret.
And we copy, Steve. Crew lock bag 3 on 556. And Sultan, just a reminder, the large, small rets from these crew lock bags are going to get stowed on the airlock D-ring extender.
We got coffee, and the first bag, number 3, small ret, is already on the D-ring extender.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for bag number 2. Wait, ready. All right, I see bag number 2.
These bags that Альнейади is transferring to Bowen are stored on the same handrail. They'll be used later. They contain tools for different tasks.
Releasing the airlock. And I'm ready for it. Here it comes. Thanks. Bag number 2, heading up. Small red is going to be ready.
And that crew lock bag also goes to 556. And that large, small ret Sultan also goes to airlock D-ring extender. And the next item to pass out will be the GoPro.
Copy on, I have it. All right. Bag number 2 is attached to 556 with the integral tether. The bag 3 is on with the ret. Bag 2 is on with the integral tether.
Okay, we copy both crew locks on 556. Nicely done. And the next thing is to retrieve and install the GoPro.
Thanks. That's ready for your seat. Yep. All right, that is wrapped around the handle now. I gotta take that off first. GoPro is right. And I have that ready to my mini workstation. You can release the other end, Sultan. Okay, and work. You ready? All right. So let the hook go. Thank you. Give me a minute to set that up.
Another short handover with the tracking data and relay satellite systems that help us communicate with the International Space Station. The crew members continue to prepare the crew lock bags that they will use later on in the spacewalk.
I've got the small hook on 550.
We copy small hook on 550. And Sultan, while you wait for him to come back to the IDA bag, we'd like you to check your safer handles and ensure that they are both full down.
Copy. Okay, I got the big hook on 546.
And Steve, was that 546?
546 on the lower. All right, I've got it facing the correct way. So head back to the airlock.
Okay, we copy.
Both handles down.
Okay, copy Sultan. And Steve, we'd like you to do the same thing with your safer handles and just give them a tap and make sure they're both full down.
Give me 1 second to stop.
And Sultan, the next bag will be the IDA bag, and this large small ret will also go to the airlock D-ring extender.
Yeah. All right, checking my papers. Right handle is down. Okay, left handle is down.
And we copy Steve, so you can get the IDA bag from Sultan and stow it on your BRT.
Okay. Okay, Sultan, pass it out this way. Almost there. A little bit further. Thank you.
I'll try to pass the handle.
I missed the handle. I got this.
All right.
So hold on.
NASA's Anne McClain, our ground IV today. She lived aboard the International Space Station during expeditions 58 and 59 and was a lead spacewalker on 2 spacewalks herself.
Yeah, hold on. Want to get make sure it's on the.
Take your time.
I'm trying to tuck the wire ties in. All right, that might be your key. Your key red is attached. Lock rat. Coming back to you. Ready?
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay, let me get this stuck down where I want it. Those wire ties don't do a thing where I want them to, but it's okay.
And Sultan, the next bag will be crew lock bag 1, and you can pass that out to Steve, or you can egress with it, your choice. Reminder to keep the large small ret on crew lock bag 1.
Right, copy that. I'm going to pass it to Steve and then reach the hook when he has a ret on it.
Copy. And Steve, as you wait for that, can you check the strap on the thermal cover, the one that you cinched, and to make sure that there are 6 lines visible?
Hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6 lines visible.
Copy. Thanks for the check.
All right. Well, I'm unfamiliar. The heck is up, and I'm unfamiliar with what that shows exactly for right above eye. So, give me an idea at some point. Appreciate that. If it's well above my head.
Copy. Will do.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, I'm ready for your bag.
Coming your way.
All right. Not quite. Let me wrap your bag. I'm going to release the lock ret. Hold on. Here it comes.
No, Steve, actually, this stays with the...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Here, bring it back
I'm
out.
going to pass it back.
Thank you. All Actually, you can just hook it back up. I'll put it right here. Give a reminder.
No problem.
Can you release your end now and I'll hold on to it?
You have a rate on it?
I got a hand on it, I got a rod on it. So you release the big hook and then I'll put it on.
All right, and work.
Yeah, good words on that large small ret. And just another note on this bag, Sultan, if you're going to want to use your BRT during translation adaptation, then you can go ahead and temp stow crew lock bag 1 on that airlock handrail. If you're not going to use your BRT, then once you egress, we'll get it on your BRT.
No problem. I think I have some my BRT and I'll do the adaptation with a waist tether, the handrail.
You can just hook it to the handrail right now. And then you can grab it on the way out.
You can do that, yeah.
Okay. All right, I have crew lock back by the big hook on the airlock handrail to release my ret. And I will clear the hatch for you.
Thank you, Steve. Then I'm ready to egress.
Sultan, you are go to egress.
I'm going to get the view from my feet before.
The astronauts have been working through preparation of their tool bags, as well as ensuring their tethers are in the proper configuration. Now preparing for UAE astronaut Sultan Альнейади to egress the hatch.
See him coming out? Yep. Before that, actually, I need to reroute the SCU. It's coming in between my safety tether.
Okay. Take your time. Make sure it's right.
So my safety tether out. Coming out.
And Sultan, once you get out and set, your next step is to receive crew lock bag 1 and stow it if you want to do that right now. Otherwise, you can leave it temp stowed for translation adaptation.
It's right here. Okay, I'm going to receive it.
At 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, UAE astronaut Sultan Альнейаді has egressed the hatch, the first ever spacewalk for an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. Another good look at both of our spacewalkers here. On the right, you see NASA's Steve Bowen with red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit. That'll help you tell the difference from him and Sultan Альнейаді, who's on the left side in an unmarked suit.
And Steve, while he is working crew lock bag 1, just want to let you know that we noticed that the wire tie caddy is not staying tucked to the IDA bag. Just wanted to put your awareness on it in case you want to tuck it in somewhere or add another ret.
Yeah, let me try and fix that again. I thought I had tucked it in when I pulled it out. It's a better place to tuck it. Okay, pull it back, stow it to my BRT.
Okay, copy, Sultan. You can now turn on your HECA.
That should be better. See green LED HECA.
Okay, we copy your HECAs on, and just a quick note to congratulate the UAE for having their flag on an EMU outside the International Space Station for the first time. And gentlemen, you can get it set up for your buddy checks.
Thanks so much. All right. Okay, so I see 2 green lights. I see 2 latches up. See 3 latches up, 1 is taped. Yep, that should be all 2. And I see your right space tether fender. That one goes back to the electric gate closed slider lock on the small hook. On your red hook, the gate closed slider locked. See the red reel, which is unlocked, and the yellow hook, which is locked. Gate closed slider locked on the green reel, which is unlocked. To my right wave feather, which is gate closed slider locked on me. So I see us in a good config. That's the safer handles. Check your safer handles again. To your left safer handle down. To your right safer handle down. That's right.
Good checks on Sultan.
Yours. See, it'll be HECA, WS, E. On. E tabs up on BRT and mid workstation. Right safer handle is down. Your safer handle is down as well. Right, have your shutter, gas closed, locked black on black. It is connected to my anchor hook, both hooks. Get closed, black, locked black on black. Right. All right, my half is dry.
Yes. And skip back. I see red, close black, black on black. Okay.
I'll check those when I drop them.
Okay, cool. I think you're in a good config.
Thank you.
If your hat is dry.
My half is dry.
All right, nicely done.
My gloves are nominal.
Steve, your next step is going to be to translate out to the anchor hook location, up the Cedar Spur and out face 1, and you're looking for mile marker 5760. Sultan, you're going to hang out right there. Once Steve is clear, you can tend the thermal cover hatch closed as much as you can. Obviously, won't go all the way. And you can perform translation adaptation as needed.
Copy that.
All right, heading out to mile marker 5760.
Steve, a reminder as you go along face 1, we have those tusk cables out, so just avoid inadvertent contact on the zenith and nadir cedar rails.
Understand. Avoid the tusk cables. I'll be looking for them.
The astronauts have completed their buddy checks. Along the way, we heard a handful of acronyms that we'll continue to hear throughout the spacewalk. One of those is the HECA. That's the high-def EMU camera assembly, as well as the WVS, the wireless video system. Those will help us get views from the helmet cameras on the astronauts. Additionally, we heard the MWS, that's the mini workstation that's attached to the astronauts themselves, as well as the BRT, the body restraint tether.
The top of the CETA, and then use the CETA cards.
And we copy, Steve. We see you out there. Just for your awareness, we have all the external cameras. We do not have your helmet cams yet. We're working the issue.
Oh, okay.
Right now, Steve Bowen has moved to the CETA cart. That's the crew equipment translation aid. Meanwhile, on screen here is Sultan Альнейади. He's working to close the thermal cover. The main hatch on the Quest airlock will remain open in case the astronauts needed to ingress quickly at any time. As this is his first spacewalk, he also has a little bit of extra time to get used to maneuvering outside in the vacuum of space.
And Steve, we see you getting toward 5760, and you're going to be placing the anchors just nadir of 5760. The first handrail you're going to be looking for is 3011, and that's the one that is straight up and down.
Okay, 5760, and that's that mile marker. All right, 3011. That's what I'm looking for, correct?
Affirmative. On 3011, you're going to drop your anchor hook, EV1 anchor hook, ensuring the gate closed and hook locked.
Yes, stand by. Okay, EV1 anchor hook, 3011. It is closed. Black on black, it's locked. The green wheel is unlocked.
Okay, good word, Steve. You're now going to go just inboard to the diagonal handrail 3217, and you're going to put Sultan's EV2 anchor on handrail 3217.
Okay, handrail 3217, V1 anchor hook, an 82 anchor hook. All right, I have 82's anchor hook, gate close final locks on 3217, and feed pending back to the airlock.
Okay, we concur you guys are in a good safety tether config, so with that, you can give Sultan a go to release his weight tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Sultan, you have a go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
All right, copy that. Releasing my waist tether from the D-ring extender.
Steve, you can continue outboard toward S6. Reminder to give us a gauntlet call prior to crossing the Sarge, and your next step is going to be to drop your green hook at out on S5, and reminder that at the Sarge you're going to translate zenith. Sultan, once you have your waist tether... Sultan, once you have your waist tether off, you can close the thermal cover.
Copy that. Okay, thermal cover closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can now head to ESP2 for bag stow. And reminder, you're going to translate. You can either translate on the wagon wheel of the airlock across to ESP2, or you can go direct from the toolboxes over to ESP2 to the starboard side.
All right, copy that.
All right, my gauntlets are down. I am at the Sarge.
Okay, copy, Steve. And reminder, because of the angles everything's parked in, you're going to need to go zenith prior to crossing. And when you cross, you're going to have the non-radiator side of the IEA out your left side.
All right, my left side, non-radiator. I see where I am.
And Steve, as a check, once you cross the struts, you're going to, the first whiff, you're going to see our whiff 2 and 6 and handrail 2203, and then you know you're on the right path.
2 and 6, I'm on the right path, and that's a great cue. Thank you.
Sure thing. You can just head straight out starboard now. You're going to be going all the way along that edge until you get to the S6 handrail 2003, which is going to be the first one on the S6 long spacer.
2003, first one S6, and that's where I dropped my green hook, I think, right?
Good words.
This view coming from the helmet camera of Sultan Альнейади, the International Space Station currently flying.
ESP2, you're going to be going to the starboard side, just forward of that trunnion pin. The good news out there is that there's no NBL structure to get in your way, so you should make that corner nice and easy. And you're going to be looking for handrail 8007.
Copy that, 8007, and I did notice that NBL structure here. Thanks.
All right, I'm at 2003, stopping to drop my green hook.
Copy. Green hook to 2003, and just note the barber pole on the one side.
And I see it.
The space station currently flying 258 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, which we are getting glimpses of in the background of Sultan Альнейади's camera.
It just continues straight outbound on that same path to S6 handrail 2009. That'll be with the IEA off to your right side. And a reminder, your left hand as you get out there is going to cross handrail 2008, and that is the one that has wire ties and MLI secured to it that we want to try to minimize loads into.
Understand, 2008, minimize loads. Okay, green hook. On 2003. It is gate closed, fire locked. Not that that matters on that hook, but it is. All right, put this key down a little bit more.
Yeah, good word, Steve. You're right, it doesn't need to be locked, but we'll take the belt and suspenders anytime. So you're just heading outboard to 2009.
I agree. Heading outboard.
And this video coming from Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He continues to stow bags where needed outside the International Space Station. And his next main task will be to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint that will be used later in the spacewalk.
And Steve, that's you're passing that BCDU MLI right now on 2008, and that's what we want to try to not put loads in. I think you saw it as you went by.
I did. I slowed down, made sure I could cross it. And I'm at 2032 in 2009 now, so I'm at my next work site.
Copy. Yes, you are. You can stow the IDA cable bag right in front of you, and there's going to be an integral tether to 2010 on your left and another to 2032 on your right.
All right. I'll get that in work.
And then reminder, we are going to have another large, small adjustable from the lid of the bag over to 2032 as well. So there will be two connections on 2032. And Sultan, it looks like you have a good temp stow on the bag. When you're ready, you're going to translate back toward the airlock the way you came to go up the CETA spur, and your next stop is going to be the port CETA cart to retrieve an APFR.
Right, copy, port CETA cart. And is it the inboard or outboard handrail parachute on 2010?
We suggested the outboard, and then for 2032, the one that's farthest away from you. But if you see a better way, just let us know.
All right.
And actually, Steve, I had that backwards. On 2010, we suggest the inboard, but again, whatever you need to get it tacked down tightly.
All right. Have it down on the inboard.
And Sultan, as you get up the CETA spur, you're going to be heading up to the port CETA cart.
That's copy.
And as you get up on phase one, Sultan, that port CETA cart will be off to your right side. And a reminder for you as well of not touching the test cables.
Right, we got it. Okay, I have one of the corners to 2032, the other corner to 2010, and the big hook on the 2032 back to the top of the map.
Copy. Good config, Steve.
That's good.
And we will take a glove inspection and a HAP check and ensuring your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. Hat is dry. I'm checking my gloves.
Okay, copy, Steve. Then you can continue your tour of station, and you can translate back inboard to the starboard CETA cart to retrieve an APFR, and you will retrieve your green hook on the way.
Okay, retrieve my green hook. Head back to the starboard CETA cart. My gloves are good.
Copy, good glove check. And nice work, Sultan. And we can head to the up the CETA spur when you're ready. Nice work.
Okay, stop and retrieve my green hook.
Copy, green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. Views from both of our spacewalkers, now 53 minutes into today's spacewalk.
To the starboard CETA with 4, which is the top right. And note as you translate that, when you get there, there is 2 APFRs. There's one in the top right and the bottom right. We want the one in the top right that has the ingress aid.
All right, I understand.
Bowen and Альнейади are heading out to relocate an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. It's often used during spacewalks to help astronauts secure themselves in one location as they work on a specific task.
They stick together. Bring you my translation.
We copy the green hook.
And translating under the empty.
Copy, Sultan. And Sultan, as you get out to the port CETA cart, you're going to be picking up the APFR that's on the bottom left with 2, and that will also have an ingress 8 on it.
Copy, bottom left 2. The ingressing.
10 seconds to a handover.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are in a satellite handover with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station as they continue today's spacewalk. Again, they are heading out to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint. Following relocation of the APFR, they will begin moving out to route cables and modify some multi-layer insulation on one of the modification kits preparing for installation of future solar arrays.
We're back with you after the handover.
All right, back to the anchor hooks.
Copy. And Sultan, we see you at the APFR. When you have a second, we'd like you to double check that the pitch setting is Papa Papa, and then we want you to not change the pitch setting when you translate.
Right, we'll check for Papa Papa, we'll not change it.
Sultan, that was an impressive fix. You have surgeon's hands.
Thank you. All right, I am at the starboard speed cut. Yep. Get up on it.
Okay, copy, Steve. And you're looking for the top right, with 4. And we are going to have you keep that APFR in the width and adjust the pitch knob when you get there.
Understand. Top right with 4. Adjust the pitch knob while it's still in the width.
Yep, and first.
And I see Foxtrot on this APFR.
And Sultan, understand that you see Foxtrot.
Affirmative, yes.
Copy, Sultan. Standby 1. Steve, for yours in width 4, we're going to have you leaving the APFR in the width, adjust the pitch setting to Fox. And Sultan, we were expecting Papa on yours, so we're talking about it for a second. And Sultan, we would like to have you adjust that pitch setting to Papa. So just the pitch setting, and you can leave it in the width if you'd like. So Steve, Fox, Sultan, Papa.
Copy on your
Fox, Fox, that should work.
We are now 1 hour into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have made their way out to the SETA cart, the crew equipment and translation aid, and they are both working on a separate APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. Verifying the settings are needed to be used later today.
Okay. Fox, Fox. All right, I have the APFR in Fox, Fox, and the pitch knob is locked and able to be depressed.
Those are great words, Steve, as you know. So you can retrieve that APFR now with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
All right, that's going to be in work in a minute.
Okay, I have Papa, and this APFR, and pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
Okay, good word, Sultan. You are now going to pick up that APFR with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
Let it to us.
As you both work those APFRs onto your BRT, big picture, you're going to be pretty synced up now. You're going to be heading out to S6. Just note we're about 5 minutes to a sunset if you want to set your visors accordingly.
Thank you very much, sir. Copy.
Again, the crew members continue with the first task of the day, which is fixing the appropriate settings on these articulating portable foot restraints. They will stow those on their body retractable tether. The APFR will be used later in the spacewalk.
Copy.
And just to confirm, man, I was triangulating on the hands of the cart and released the brakes.
Yes, good words. And we'll also catch them on the end of the EVA. Steve's actually going to be back on this SETA cart to pick up the other APFR in a little later, but that's always a good check, and we'll always take it.
Copy, thanks. That empty.
Okay, I have a rep to the APFR. APFR is in my jaws of my BRT. The wave of Sultan as he goes by. Hey Sultan, how are you? Good. I assume I'm good to translate ahead of you, Steve, right? I think that's the plan, yep.
Yes, we were just talking about that. You are going to translate ahead of him. So you're going to continue outboard prior to crossing. You're going to cross where the anchor hooks are, and then a little bit outboard of that prior to crossing the Sarge. We'll make sure your gauntlets are in place. And you're going to be translating zenith from there. And so you're going to go kind of up face one and then across the Sarge.
Right, all right, keep an eye on my tether there as you go by it there, Sultan. Thank you, Steve. I see it, and I see our anchor hooks.
Now that both crew members have the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, with them, they're heading out to the S6 truss where they will install those APFRs and prepare for the next task of routing some cables to prepare for future installation of new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, also known as IROSAs. These will be delivered later this year.
And my gauntlets are down. I'm ready to cross the Sarge.
Copy. And for both of you, it's the same translation path as Steve took out the first time. So as you cross the Sarge, you're going to come zenith and then cross onto S4. And you should have the non-radiator side out your left side and the IEA out your right side.
And I copy, thank you. Good night, Tom.
As you can see,
Can we confirm mile mark or handrail that we brought the result?
Yeah, Sultan, so before crossing the Sarge, we'll have you ensure your gauntlets are in place. And then you're going to translate zenith. And then when you go across the struts and you get to S4, have that non-radiator side out your left side, the first thing you should see is WIF 2 and WIF 6, and then handrail 2203.
All right, you're ahead of me, Sultan. You're on the right path. When you cross over, what did you cross over to the other side, Ed?
And I concur, Anne. I picked my gauntlets right down. I took the expected route, and I'm by the handrail 2103, heading outboard.
Okay, we copy 2103 and heading outboard.
As you can see, the
Sultan, when you get out there.
Our handrails for anchor hook, I see 2003.
Yes, so you're going to hook to your green hook to 2004, which is one handrail outboard of 2003, and then two handrails outboard of that is where you're going to actually cross on the inboard side of the BCDU that's open. So the first thing you want to do, though, is get your green hook on 2004.
Right, copy. Green hook on 00. Can work.
This view from the helmet camera of Sultan Альнейади, United Arab Emirates astronaut, on the first spacewalk for an Emirati astronaut. Lighting looks a little different outside the International Space Station right now, as the station itself is in an orbital nighttime. Again, we'll see several changes in, we'll see several sunrises and sunsets today during the spacewalk, as it currently flies 265 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Okay, green hook for EV2, handrail 204.
Okay, good work, Sultan. And while you're paused here, just a reminder, actually for both of you, for the helmet lights, if you push the button multiple times, you might get one light, two light, and then they'll go off. So if the light seems dim, you may not have both lights on.
Thank you, Ed.
And Sultan, you're going to continue out along S6. When you see WIF 9, you're going to take a right, and you're going to see handrail 2024, and that's going to be just on the inboard side of the BCDU. So you're just going to head straight across. Just on the inboard side of the BCDU.
Good afternoon.
And Steve, you're just heading out to where you were before to drop your green hook on 2003, and then head straight all the way outboard.
And I'm working on that now.
Yeah, and that short handrail there, Sultan, is 2025, and then it'll be a kind of a reach around to the other side, and then you can go outboard, and you're going to be looking for your S6 with 15. And Sultan, one more body orientation reminder. When you get out to S6 and you find WIF 15, we'd like you to position your body over the IEA and ensure that your safety tether is on the IEA side of that WIF. And there's two WIFs there. WIF 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator. WIF 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator.
Right, copy. I see WIF 15.
And Sultan, because that APFR was in a different configuration than we expected when you picked it up, we're going to have you verify the settings. And so when you're ready for the settings, let me know. You are going to be installing it at clocking of 12.
But at 12.
All right, green hook on 2003. I tether gets snarled in my APFR. Interesting.
All right, good word, Steve. Understand you got your green hook down. You're going to head all the way outboard so you can't go anymore and take a right after the IEA, and you're heading around to S6 with 31.
31 S6 on my way.
Yeah, and I see Papa Papa, and on the call I see call currently and ready for the settings.
Okay, your full settings are going to be 12 Papa Papa Fox 8. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
All right, 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 in work.
In a brief loss of signal with the international Space Station as our spacewalkers continue today's spacewalk, now 1 hour and 18 minutes since they switched their suits to battery power.
Back with you after a handover, so if you called it, I missed it. We've got Sultan working 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 and WIF 15, and Steve, you're heading to WIF 31.
Heading to WIF 31. All right, WIF 31 is here.
Okay, and I have good installation. Good full twist test. Check on the knob.
And Sultan, we got a copy of the good pull twist test and just looking for black on black.
It is black on black, sorry, yes. So black on black, we have it. Clicking on the
Okay,
knob.
copy.
And it's locked and can be the test.
Good check, thank you. And can you confirm 12 Papa Papa Fox 8?
It's affirmative. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
Copy, good work. You can hang out and take a couple pictures while Steve gets his APFR installed. Steve, you've got settings of 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Fox, Fox, Fox 2. Okay.
And Sultan, as you are taking pictures, I will also take a glove inspection, HAP check, and just double checking your gauntlets are in place, please.
We'll do that.
And again, for Steve, your settings are 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
And I have nominal gloves, no change, dry hat, and my guns is still down.
Good word, Sultan. And after Steve has APFR in, we'll be heading to the cable routing and the mod kit. And just a reminder, you do have cuff pages if you want to read about it first.
Right, copy that.
As the astronauts install their articulating portable foot restraints, they will then begin moving on to the next task, one of the major tasks today, which is routing cables in preparation for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays.
Let's see. There. Okay. 3 o'clock and 6.
In this view from Sultan Альнейади's helmet camera, on the left, on his left glove, you can see a small, what looks like a notebook that includes some reference information.
Affirmative. Fox 2.
Yeah, I got Fox. Go to 2. Okay, 6 Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Copy, Steve. And we get a full twist and black on black.
Twist, pull, black on black. Okay.
Copy and verify the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
All right, hold on, I'll get on the other side. Okay. Knob is locked. It can be depressed.
Copy. Good word, Steve. That completes the installation, and so we'll take a glove inspection, HAP check, and gauntlets, please.
At this dry, gloves look good.
Copy, good gloves, Steve. So we can now, for both of you, move over to the 1B cable routing. Steve, you're going to go directly to the left side of the mod kit. Sultan, as you go outboard past Steve's APFR, you're going to do a fair lead on the short handrail on the radiator side of the IEA. It's handrail 2061, and again, it'll be off to your right side on the radiator side.
Let's copy that in and work.
For both of you, as you go out there, a couple of reminders about the mod kit. We don't want to translate simultaneously on the mod kit. We want to keep translation rates lower than 3 seconds per foot, and then avoid cyclic loading into the mod kit.
Copy.
Copy that now.
And for both of you, for your awareness, you got a happy team down here. You are slightly ahead of timeline.
Oh, it's good to know. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Sultan, I am trying to track my tethers. I seem to have lost sight of them.
See it, and it's clear up to the anchor hook. I don't see the anchor hook, obviously, but it's heading that way, and it's clear for my tether. And
I think it's behind me.
oh, sorry, you mean body, all right.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Can you help me do a quick...
If you can, yeah, just keep your feet low and keep rotating counterclockwise as you're doing.
Quick counterclockwise?
Feet towards the IEA, please. Towards the IEA, towards structure. Yeah, continue. Your feet down, bring your feet down. No, unwind just for 20 degrees. Continue. And try to lift them a little bit, lift your feet. Okay, now bring them down. And then do counterclockwise rotation. Yes. Stop.
Excellent. Thank you.
See it?
I have it, yes.
I think it's still behind your chest.
No, it's right here.
All right, see it. Okay. And am I translating inboard to that APFR or outboard towards the radiators?
Checking. And Sultan, you want to stay on the IEA side of Steve's APFR, and then just past the APFR is where you're going to kind of drop and look down on the radiator side, and that's where you'll see the short handrail 2061, and it should be up and down, so kind of perpendicular to the radiator orientation.
Thank you, and I was just checking to avoid some cables on the APFR. So I don't want to shoot.
Copy. And Steve, as you get out there, your first location target is going to be the left lower strut and the cable routing.
Left lower strut cable routing. Thing over there.
And if you see an all-white cable, then you're in the right place.
white cable down to the center, and then connect it next to the barber pole cable.
Copy. That is your bundle. So you're going to retrieve and route that left IROSA cable bundle. First, wire tying it to the left mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie. And for both of you on these cables, I just want to draw your attention to the wing tabs where the the cables are connected to themselves, and we want to make sure that when we finish that they stay connected to themselves.
Understand. Good.
This is Mission Control Houston coming up on 1 hour and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Sultan, the idea with that fair lead is just to keep the tether off to the right side. If you see a better place to fair lead that tether, you can. We think that 2061 is a good spot, but if it's hard to get to, then you can look for another location.
Copy that, Dan. Yeah.
Both crew members have moved to the S6 or Starboard 6 portion of the International Space Station. They're going to be starting on the first major task of today's spacewalk, which is to route these cables to prepare for future installation of solar arrays.
Hey, Sultan.
Hi, so
See where my safety tether comes in? Here. So my left
in front of
D-ring
you.
extender.
One point. Okay, see it's clear, Steve, right?
Okay, well, no. Now look. So my left waist tether, my left D-ring extender.
All
here.
right. Yeah, it's
What's it angled on?
you can swap your waist tethers and release the one you're hooked in now. Swap with another local and then release that one.
Okay, then this one
Okay.
sounds clear.
And then your session end effector is also catching that tether. Release it and just bring it under it. Release it. Okay.
All clear now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
The left side cables.
And Sultan, we see you get into the work side as well. Just note for your guys' awareness, we have Sultan's helmet cam. We don't have Steve's at the moment. So Sultan, if that is the red barber pulled cables, then you have the right ones. And your first step is to wire tie those to the right mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie.
Right, I see the right cable and I see it's one Bravo with a Sharpie line.
And we have both cameras back, and Sultan, those are good words. That's the right one. And just a reminder, as you're routing these, the wire ties will go to the mid-strut handrails that are pre-stage, and then all of the slack will be back toward the mass canister on the long handrail.
Copy.
In this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera in the background, you can see Sultan Альнейаді, both astronauts now at the S6 truss working to route cables that will be used upon installation of future IROSAs. Those are International Space Station rollout solar arrays. The modification kits that they're working on were installed on a previous spacewalk.
All right. 3 turns on the mid and heading to the aft.
We copy the wire tie on the mid-strut and heading toward the mass canister.
Okay, and I have the same on the mid-strut and the pre-stage wire tie. I've got 3 twists into the long handrail.
Copy 3 twists on the mid-strut handrail, and you two are heading slack outboard to the mass canister long handrail with long wire ties.
All right. Long wire ties all the way out.
In this view from both astronauts' helmet cameras, you can get a glimpse at that mirror that they wear on their wrist. The panel on the on the astronaut's spacesuit, it's on the front of their spacesuit, and all of the dials.
Integrated wire tie, or we use something from RT Caddy?
And Sultan, you could use the long wire tie that's there integrated on the cable.
Thanks.
And that's 3 turns. In the aft, try to make it look pretty.
And as you tack those down, just one final check for you both to ensure that the no wing tabs were knocked and that the cables are still connected to themselves.
Wing tabs are still in place.
Same on the right side as well. And I have 3 twists on the wire tie, the long handrail.
Okay, copy. Good work. So the next step for both of you is to go to your respective upper strut. So Steve on the left upper strut and you're going to be right toward the center pad, so just up from where you are, and Sultan to the right upper strut to the MLI gap near the center pad.
Upper strut, center pad.
Can you tell me when you're done translating?
Yep, give me 1 second. I will be done.
And good call, Sultan, keeping people happy down here. And just a reminder, you do have photos of this area on your cuff pages if you need a reference.
All right. And Sultan, I think I'm in a good position.
All right. Thanks.
In the background of this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, you can see the curvature of the Earth as we prepare for an orbital sunrise on the International Space Station.
All right, Steve, you're going to be closing the MLI gap that's near the center pad. You can use integral MLI wire ties or wire ties from your BRT as needed. And if needed, ensure the flap side of the MLI wraps underneath the non-flap side before securing with the integrals. And we want to just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Okay, I understand.
And if you look just past your work site, you will see a beautiful sunrise about to happen if you need to adjust visors accordingly.
I do. I do see a beautiful sunrise.
That sunrise coming 1 hour and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk as the station is flying over the North Pacific Ocean.
And I'm set with the right mid-strut to mountain brackets. That is okay.
And Sultan, say again, you said you're at the mid-strut?
Yeah, the upper strut is the workplace for Steve now. I don't want to go there. It's busy. I'm saying I want to start with the right mid-strut to the mountain bracket station.
So we're not anticipating that the right mid-strut on this side needs to be looked at, but you can on the upper strut on the other side near the mounting bracket. You can go toward where the M14 bolts are. So it's just on the left side of the upper bolt. So if you pull the square MLI with the two bolt holes over the M14 bolt boss.
Copy that.
And I think I'm complete with this MLI if you all want to take a quick look. I see no metal showing.
And Steve, we're taking a look at that right now. We'll also take your call. The right upper strut is kind of right in front of you. If you're in a good position to get both of them, you can.
I want to get that one too.
Right now, both astronauts are modifying some MLI, multi-layer insulation, on the modification kit. This view in Steve Bowen's helmet camera, and to the right of your screen you can see Emirati astronaut Sultan Альнейади.
Sultan, we're talking about the MLI down here. So on that mid strut, we expected that the MLI to be out of config at those two bolts that are right in front of you. It actually looks like they're pretty good. But right by your right hand, it looks like there's an MLI flap sticking up on that strut. So we're just wondering if you could maybe adjust those wire ties and down on the whole mid strut.
I copy that. I just did is mid-strut 2 bolts and single wire tie is secured under them. You're saying there is a flap on my right-hand side that you need to be secured?
So now it's off to kind of your left, but wherever you see a flap sticking up, you can go ahead and tack it down.
Right, I see it.
Head in, and how does that look on the other side? That's right there. Let's stand a little bit more.
And Steve, those look pretty good. If you can just kind of back up a little bit and give us a good HECA scan, and then we'll move on to the left mid strut.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so that looks metal exposed.
And for Steve, we're good with the MLI on the upper struts. Nice work. So you can move on to the left mid strut. We expect there was an MLI gap between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. But similar words to what I gave Sultan, if you see other MLI that looks out of config, we would love it if you could snug it up a little bit. But we're expecting the left mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. All right, I will take a look.
And Sultan, that's I see you kind of working the collar bolts on that strut. That's definitely a little bit out of config, especially on the mass canister side. So we'll definitely take a good cinch up on that one. And for both of you, if it's possible after we fix the MLI to not translate on it, that would be preferable. Thanks.
Yeah, trying to work on that.
And on this mid-strut to upper strut, I see no metal exposed. And I'm not sure about the mid-strut middle area, the one you pointed just now. To me, from this side is covered. Do you have a view on it, Steve, from this side?
There's a gap on this side.
Okay.
You may have to come inside to look at that. How does mine look, by the way, since you were looking across at me?
Yours is covered. I didn't see any that point, but between the two wire ties, the metal is exposed from here.
Okay.
now, Steve.
I'm not in a good spot. A second. Still can't see it. Hold on.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. The 4th spacewalk of the year, 8th for Steve Bowen and the 1st for Sultan Альнейаді. We are in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Expect to regain communications shortly. The astronauts are now working on routing They've completed their cable routing portion of this specific mod kit work. They are now working on the MLI, or the multi-layer insulation, ensuring it's properly placed to protect the After the astronauts complete the work on the 1B MLI, they will move over to the 1A mod kit and continue the same type of multi-layer insulation work. There won't be any cable routing necessary at that mod kit, but at the completion of this work, the astronauts will have prepared these areas for future solar array installation later this summer.
Mine looks so fine. Is that covered? I want to take a look at yours.
Yours is covered, but still between these wire ties, only
I think it's going to add a long wire tie in there to hold this down.
I can give you...
I got one. I'll get it. Don't worry. Take a look at yours. Yours looks like it's covered now.
And Sultan, we're back with you after the handover. And Sultan, we appreciate the good, thorough inspection on the right mid-strut. So as Steve, as you continue to work that left mid-strut, Sultan, you can move to the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Good. I have one on my side, right?
There is one on your side. There's kind of one in the center, one on the left, and one on the right. So the expected config when you get there is that they're going to be pulled down and in the little J hook. We just want you to pull it out, release the soft capture, and then re-engage the soft capture. Just for your awareness, we are back with you.
Okay.
In the center of your view here is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, serving as the ground IV. She's the one you hear speaking directly with the astronauts on the International Space Station on the spacewalk. They communicate with McClain alone to ensure streamlined communication, not too many voices coming from the room. To her left is Costa Madrivis. He is communicating with the astronauts inside the International Space Station, who are continuing to go through their workday.
Yeah, get a long wire tie on there with 3 twists.
For both of you, just a status. You're at 2 hours, or just about at 2 hours PET, and you're still slightly ahead of timeline.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, how's that look now? Look pretty good? The right arm, okay. On which strut, my strut or the mid strut?
The mid strut. It was on the mid strut, right hand. In the new wire tie and yeah, right there. It's really tiny if you can touch the flat.
Yeah, I think if I gotta get in there to do that though. All right, give me a second.
And Steve, good catch. We were just looking at the same thing. And Sultan?
That one might benefit from. So Sultan, from your angle, does that close up that gap?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so I should put another wire tie there. All right, that'll take a second.
And Sultan, correction to my last answer, you asked about the soft capture features. There's one on your side, and then 2 are kind of tended more over toward Steve's side on the bottom of the mounting bracket.
Need to do all 3?
We do need to do all 3.
Okay, I'll do that.
Astronauts continue working on the multi-layer insulation.
Sure.
So what I'm trying to get around the corner here.
This multi-layer insulation protects the modification kits where future solar arrays will be installed. And that view that we had from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, International Space Station, flying over Illinois.
Okay, all 3 soft capture handles are recycled.
Copy, thank you.
Thank you, Sultan.
And Sultan, so the last thing we'll take from you is a HECA scan of all MLI. Anything you could see on the right side and on Steve's side. We just want to make sure there's no gaps in the mid and upper struts and that the mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
Okay, I'm scanning the upper strut now. Then the other side that I can't see covered. First strut.
And Steve, as you finish up, same thing. Same thing from you, Steve. Just a good HECA scan of any of the MLI pieces that you can see, and a verification that there's no MLI on the mounting bracket.
There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. How's that for a scan so far? Go upwards to the mid. Just went up.
We appreciate the views. We are talking about it. All right, gentlemen, good news. You did so good on this one that we're going to head to 1A and do the same thing.
All right.
Copy.
And before translating, please a glove inspection, HAP check, and a gauntlet check from both.
All right, let me get back down on the structure here, and then I'll do that.
Get ready to follow the inspection. So on my left hand, I see a rubber RTV. On my index finger is paused. My right hand, no change, but blood is fine. My habit is down still.
Okay, Sultan, we copy your left index finger, and you can confirm that that's only the RTV.
All right, my gloves.
The astronauts are conducting a glove and HAP check. They take a look at their gloves often to report the status.
We copy, Steve. Reminder on your way to 1A to pick up.
Dry.
Good check, HAP dry. And reminder, Steve, to pick up the wire tie caddy on your way.
I will do that.
Again, we just saw those glove checks. The astronauts.
I do.
It's clear?
It's clear.
Thanks.
You can come back this way and follow me.
Is it already?
So wait for me to grab before we can move on.
Astronauts are periodically asked to take a look at their gloves to ensure there is no major damage. Additionally, they are asked for a HAP check. That's a helmet absorption pad. They're able to lean their head back and feel that helmet absorption pad to ensure there is no liquid in the helmet. This is Mission Control Houston. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have just completed the work at the 1B mod kit after routing some cables and modifying the multi-layer insulation. They'll now head over to the 1A mod kit, where they will do the same installation work as previously.
All right, I have the wire tie caddy ready for me.
Copy. Your next stop for both of you will be to pick up your green hook from yours from 2003, Sultan's from 2004.
Okay, green hooks are next.
Copy.
Let me tuck this down behind my mini workstation.
These beautiful views coming from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Today is Bowen's 8th spacewalk. Looking down below, the International Space Station just flew over Puerto Rico. You can also see the solar arrays stretching out from the International Space Station.
So as you come up to your green hooks, after you pick them up, you're going to be moving nadir, kind of down towards your feet, the way you're oriented right now, next to the A-frame to get over to the 1A side.
Okay. This side of the A-frame? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we recommend outboard of the A-frame.
Make sure to clear your feather. Okay, green hook back on.
We copy Steve's green hook.
And for E2 as well, green hook back on the wheel.
Okay, copy. This is going to be a little bit of an orientation change, but as you're going to go down towards your feet outboard of the A-frame, and then you're going to continue inboard, and you're going to end up with EV1. Steve, you'll be on the right side of the mod kit, and Sultan on the left.
Be on the right, you'll be on the left. And down. Okay, so I am on the right side.
And Steve, we see you arriving there. Your first target is going to be the right mid-strut. That's the first one that we think may be problematic. And you're going to open the MLI fastened around the mid-strut collar bolt and reset it.
Okay.
The astronauts have now arrived at their next work site. They will begin securing the multi-layer insulation around the 1A mod kit.
Our first target is going to be the center pad of the left upper strut, so kind of the area that Steve worked out at the other area.
Your center pad.
And Steve, on that right mid strut, there's both the collar bolts we think are problematic, and then the area between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Okay, let's take a look.
In this view, you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen on the left, easy to identify thanks to the red stripes on his spacesuit. On the right is UAE astronaut Sultan Альнейади. He's wearing an unmarked suit, but if you look closely, you can also see the Emirati flag on his left shoulder.
And Sultan, as you get up there, our suggestions, you can either reposition those integrals as you're working, if you need to use wire ties from your BRT, and ensure that that flap side is under the flatter side.
Let's copy that on. I'm opening the whole thing and start to.
The multi-layer insulation that these astronauts are securing today helps protect the structures that are on the International Space Station. They are exposed to extreme varying heat and cold while outside in the vacuum of space. And this multi-layer insulation helps protect against any extra stresses that those temperatures can cause.
Sultan, we're taking a look at the MLI. The MLI that's on the back of your right hand right now, that flap, we think that needs to be laid down first, so it needs to be underneath.
Talking about the mid strut?
Yeah, that's correct. That flap that's kind of underneath the, yeah, that one needs to go down first. That's right.
Good.
And you may be able to kind of pull those integral ties around the strut, and then before laying down the second one.
Thanks.
And Sultan, we know that that one's a little bit challenging, and that there may be some metal exposed. You may need to use a wire tie. If you do, just a reminder not to put the wire tie over the actual collar bolt, but or over the actual bolt, but put it on one side or the other.
Copy.
Output power LED is on, but the white LED on the back of the laptop is not on.
Okay, and how does that look?
And Steve, that is buttoned up nicely. You got to go from the MUR on that one. So if, on your side, we can have you move to the right side of the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen, I think you saw it as you went by on that mid strut by the mounting bracket side. It looks like the inside of that MLI is open.
Yep. Look at that. Let me cycle this one, and then I'll compare that.
Thank you.
All right, that's cycled and back in the J. Almost back there it is. Now it's back in J. Yeah, let me get a better angle on that to fix it. Let's come up with it.
I don't know if you see a view on my camera, but long wire tie on the section of the mid strut.
And Sultan, that looks good to us right now. Appreciate that. And so, Sultan, if you would just take a look along that whole left mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket and just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Work. Let's see if this looks better.
Good work on that, Steve. We're looking at the images. While we have you right there, just to your right side, there's a soft capture feature. So we saw you grab the middle one, and I think you're going for it. That we'll need to grab that soft capture feature on the right side and make sure it's in the J-hook.
That one's in the J-hook. And
so that's the middle one, and then, yeah, there's one kind of over.
Yep, I see it now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I need to go back and deal with this MLI a little bit more.
Okay, copy.
I want to stay in the J here. I pulled it down. I had to cycle it in. Got it that time.
Do you move off
So
of
that
there?
one's cycled.
Oh, you got all three of them. Okay. Thank you. So for Sultan, we can take a HECA scan of any of the MLI and structures that you see on any of the struts and ensuring that the whole mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
Right, didn't work. But the heating port between the mid strut and the strut are covered now. No metal exposed.
Sorry, can you see this strut over here? Your side?
Is it?
Can you see the strut over here? Your side?
No, it's covered.
It is covered now?
Yeah. And on the upper strut, I see good MLI. I don't see any exposed metal except for the screw. Covered, but I can that tighter, but I don't see any metal exposed.
Okay, we copy. So as we await the
that's not good.
as we await the final. Yeah, we copy. We're waiting.
Yeah. Looking at the cables that they've got here, I think I need to go back and redo that whole section.
This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he continues to cover the mod kit structure with multi-layer insulation.
Left side.
It's a good view.
Exposed.
Good view. We're going to keep looking.
His view to the left side.
And Sultan, the flap that's right in front of you, that you're kind of the one you're playing with, we may ask it to, well, we will ask you to put a wire tie around that, please.
And look.
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes since the spacewalkers switched their suits to internal battery power, kicking off the start of today's spacewalk.
Yeah, we are looking, we're looking at the views now.
That was
Steve,
a lot better.
Steve, while you're paused right there, the next thing we'll need is a wire tie
Sorry.
count.
I'm going to pull this one piece that's a bit down here now. Okay. Wire tie caddy. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long, 2 short. And I used the long and the short from my BOT.
And Steve, sorry, can you repeat the quantities again?
It's 7 long, short. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 long, 2 short.
7 long, 2 short. We are there with you. We appreciate that count.
And like I said, I used 2, 1 long, 1 short from my BOT.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we've talked about the high priority areas, and we are happy with the areas. We have one area that we'd like you to take a look at if you think you can get there without translating on the nicely tacked up MLI, and that's on the upper strut near the mass canister, the areas that you worked out at the 1B, Steve. On the left side, we think that the MLI might be open just a little bit.
Left side, upper strut. Okay, let me get back up there. Here, actually looks pretty good. Look around.
Push out left side, I think looks pretty good, maybe from the inside.
Copy. Yeah, if you get a good look on both
What
those.
do you think? I think the upper strut looks pretty good.
And Steve, are you able to get an eye on both the left and the right uppers?
Yeah, just here's the left, let me go look at the right.
And I'll tell you the kind of problematic area that we're looking at is the left upper strut, but kind of on the back side from where you're looking at, so on the mass canister side. And just if you can try to get eyes on it, it's kind of the area that you worked out at the 1B.
Okay, let me take another look out here. Okay, I'm looking at both sides of this left upper strut. That looks good. The right upper strut up at the top. Let me go take a look up at the very top here. Yeah, I can probably tighten that. I see what you're talking about now.
Copy. Thanks, Steve.
A second to get sure.
2 hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk, and we are in a handover of satellites that allow us to communicate with the International Space Station. The astronauts continue to work on securing MLI, multi-layer insulation, on the modification kit. This comes after completing some cable routing as well as additional MLI insulation.
Back with you after the handover. We're about 5 minutes to a sunset, and Sultan, we just wanted to send you a quick note. We were looking at your helmet lights, and we think your left side helmet light may not have been on in the last eclipse if you want to use it.
All right, copy.
The modification kits where the astronauts are working today are where we will have future IROSAs, International Space Station rollout solar arrays installed.
I don't know if you see a view of my camera.
We see it now. That looks beautiful. Thank you.
Four new IROSAs have been installed on the International Space Station.
Copy. Good work. Thank you, Steve. And for both of you, we can kind of back off of the mod kit and take a look at all of it.
All right, quickly before the sun goes down, that's the upper struts.
And that's right, Frank.
And as you guys get reset off of that work site, Sultan, just a couple systems notes for you. We're about 10 minutes from where the O2 sensor readings had been seen to be erratic before, so just for your awareness. And also just for your awareness, we think that your helmet lights came detached from your helmet and they're being held on by the strap. There's no action needed for you, but just letting you know that it might be a little bit wobbly.
Okay, copy that. Keep an eye on that.
And Stephen Sultan, we just got word from the MER. They are happy with your MLI work on 1 Alpha, so that will complete this task.
Okay.
Thanks.
So to get done with this work site, Steve will have you hand the wire tie caddy to Sultan, and Sultan, you'll just carry it on your MWS, and that bayonet fitting might keep it a little bit tighter onto your MWS. And for both of you, a glove, hat, and gauntlets before translation, please.
Yep. Right, copy. Just open the front and slide through this. Thank you, Reps. Just want to drop it back? If I can get it. Hold on. I am amongst your feathers here, so let's not get too crossed. Stop leading off to the left. You're heading back to the right. Do you want me to go ahead of you and then pose? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how best to do that. I can do it. I'll just pick up my local and then I'll head. Let me double check where mine is. Okay. Let me get low so you can get by me. Okay, go ahead, bye. All right, it's hung up on something. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. I'll put it on a handrail.
And for the translation, this is where you're kind of change positions as you get to where your green hooks were. So Sultan, our recommendation is that you lead back out to 2004, and then Steve follow him out to where your green hooks were, and then Steve will lead the translation back in. Big picture, Steve, your next task is arm setup, and Sultan, yours is ESP2 setup.
All right, copy. I'm at 2004. Okay, let me get up there and swap myself around. All right. I'll start in back. Yeah, follow.
And before translation, can we get a glove and a hat from both of you?
I'm sorry. Both gloves look good. Hat is dry.
Copy, thanks, Steve.
And for EV2, no change on the gloves. For EV2, no change on the gloves, and hat is dry.
Okay, copy, thank you. So, Steve, you'll lead the translation in. You're heading to the port CETA cart. And you will leave your anchors right where they are. So you're going to pass the anchors. And Sultan, you're going to be heading into the ESP2 work site. So you're going to follow Steve until you get to the CETA spur, and then you're going to go down the CETA spur.
All right, so follow Steve until the spread, then we'll head down to the ASB2.
Good words, and you're actually going to go down the CETA spur, and we're going to have you fair lead near the port airlock toolbox when you get down there, and this would also be a good time to turn on the GoPro.
Copy.
Coming up on 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Both spacewalkers have accomplished the first major task of today, which is routing cables and modifying/securing MLI, multi-layer insulation, to the mod kits where future IROSA arrays will be installed. The astronauts are now translating to their next work site.
As you translate, you're sitting at about 2 hours and 45 minutes PET, and you're about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline. And we just got the call that all the inhibits are placed for RFG, so we are going to pursue that task.
The next task is for the astronauts to retrieve the RFG.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around here.
It's close on the cables.
Hold on. I think it's clear. What that's going on.
It's behind, yeah, now.
Okay. Okay, let's make sure this doesn't go behind me again. Hey, hold on, Sultan. Let me get I know a spot here.
Again, the next task for our spacewalkers is to retrieve the radio frequency group. This is part of the S-band antenna. The S-band antenna is our critical command and data link to and from the space station. Of course, we do have redundancy, but the RFG is the brains, essentially.
The wires. Sultan, can you go back and unhook mine? It grabbed onto something back there.
The radio frequency group houses the electronics, high gain and low gain antennas on the S-band system.
Don't grab back. Can you follow that back a little bit?
The astronauts will remove the RFG and bring it inside the space station.
Okay. You see, the wire is folded, so it's caught back on something. If you follow it back a little bit, you'll see what it's hooked on.
Let me span it. On the EN10. Steve.
Yep.
Okay, it's opinion 10, and it's coming your way.
I see it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Problem.
All right, so your tether currently goes behind me. I need to get it up and over my head somehow.
Stand by until I come closer to you.
Yeah. Actually goes behind me.
So where we want it for the next setup for these tethers, just for awareness, is Sultan should go from the anchor down to a fair lead by the port airlock toolbox. And Steve, yours will go from the anchor to a fair lead that you're going to put on the lab strut.
Yep. All right, so Sultan, the way to solve this problem, because your tether goes behind me, but it's underneath my safety tether. So if you can get, let me get, right, so let's get it up. I'm going to go down, get over my head, then I'll come up and then we'll clear the last bit. Okay?
Are they crossed now, or just behind?
Yeah, they're crossed now. So can you get your tether up from behind me and above, put it back above me?
Can you go a little bit neighbor as well?
What?
Yeah. Towards me, just a little bit towards me.
I don't know. Let me see.
Be clear now.
Okay.
See it in front of you.
Let me get back up here and take a look.
It's clear.
Right now, I pass you, and that'll be fine.
I agree.
Okay.
As our astronauts continue to translate to the next work site, the International Space Station is flying 261 statute miles over the Indian Ocean west of Australia. As you can see in the view, the astronauts do have lights on their helmet to help them work during these nighttime passes.
All right, Steve, you're going to go under the MT to the port seater cart, and you're going to be looking for the APFR in the top left whiff, which is whiff 3, and it should have an ingress 8 on it.
All right.
Then I'm going to go down the super spur now.
And copy, Sultan. Yep, you're going to head down the CETA spur. And then you can turn on the GoPro, and you're going to fair lead on the port width near the port airlock toolbox. And when you pause, I have a couple words for you on your glove.
Copy that.
Okay, whip 3 is the one that's currently in the middle on the swing arm, correct?
Yes, width 3, which is...
And it's set. Papa, Papa.
That's correct. Papa Pampa, and then we ask that you don't change the pitch setting for translation, and you can stow that on your BRT. And the final settings for that one are 12 Papa Papa Fox 6 for the arm, and you can set that any time between here and there.
Okay.
This view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he picks up an APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. As overheard, he'll stow that on his BRT, the body restraint tether. He'll then attach it to the Canadarm2, which will be used during the next task when they remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, and prepare to bring it inside the space station.
I'm going to go up to clear Steve's safety tether. Now it's came under my legs.
And Sultan, we see you trying to clear that safety tether. Let us know if you need any assistance.
Yeah, before making this worse, I just want to see where are they wrapped. They crossed behind my place, but I want to go down and look at
All right, I might be able to help you out here. Just grab the ATFR.
No problem, Steve.
And yeah, Steve, we'd like you to head back a little bit outboard to the other side and see if you can help clear that.
Okay, let me down the left strut and my fair lead, and then I'll go help him. That's okay?
Yeah, we concur with that plan.
Okay. And it's the starboard strut I'm supposed to go down?
It's the
And fair lead.
on the on the starboard lab strut handrail.
Didn't work. Hold on, take a second. Where are you right now?
I'm at the Theta spur.
Okay, I'll be up in a second.
Just wanted to see where your tether is routed. Is it behind my press or?
Let me get my engine.
I'll just wait for you. I think it's behind my press.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay. Steve, I think we're clear.
Okay, let me check. Let me get my,
Yeah, I was right behind my PGP somehow.
Alright, so you got it cleared.
You see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Then heading down the Theta spur.
Okay, and we told Sultan, or we monitored Sultan. You said that it is cleared.
It is cleared, and it was wrapped around my PGP, unfortunately.
All right, nicely done. So you can continue down the port airlock, or toward down the Theta spur to the GoPro, and you can turn that on. And Steve, you can go down to the front side of ESP2 via the lab and then the gap spanner.
Alright, on my way. Did I get this in correctly? Yeah, you passed. All right, yeah, fairly in place.
Copy, fair lead in place.
Okay, cameras on.
Copy, the camera's on. So if you can go over near the, we're thinking on the port whiff near the port airlock toolbox and fair lead, and then you're going to translate around the side of ESP2 where you stowed the crew lock bag 1, and you're going to stow the wire tie caddy.
All right, copy. Okay. I'm going.
And Steve, as you get in a good position on the front of ESP2 there, your next step is going to be to give Frank a go to GCA to the APFR install and ingress position. So you just want to position yourself to where you are clear but can see everything.
Okay, let me get myself there.
Now over 3 hours into the spacewalk today, astronauts are preparing for the next major task on their list. This is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. Again, the radio frequency group is the computer and electronics that control the S-band system. And this portion of the system will be brought inside the International Space Station before being returned to Earth for refurbishment and eventual return to the space station.
All right, let's see my match. Okay, so that's where we're going. my tether.
Yeah, and I'm at the ASP and I have the bag in front of me.
Okay, Sultan, you can stow the wire tie caddy, and then I have a couple systems words for you when you have time to look at your left hand again.
All right, copy. And then that's why caddy will go into integral orbit.
And yes, Sultan, we're going to stow the wire tie caddy into crew lock bag 1. At the same time, you can
The
grab...
question is, are they going into integral orbit? Or...
Yes, you can put it on any available integral RET.
Okay, Frank, you have to go to GCA to the ingress, the install and ingress position.
Steve, we copy GCA to published. Our published position is 1.1 meters, station aft, and we're starting motion.
Okay, I'm watching. Good motion.
Good motion. Half a meter to go.
Continue to publish.
Copy, continue to publish. Ramping up. Okay, Steve, that's your published position.
All right, let me take a look. All right, could I get another 30 centimeters station aft?
The additional 30 centimeters station aft.
Multiple voices in the mix now as NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg inside the space station is commanding the Canadarm2. Steve Bowen will be on the Canadarm2 to help with some stabilization for the RFG removal.
Copy, hold position.
And you can put brakes on, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete, stand by for brakes. See, the brakes are on, you go for APFR install and ingress.
Go for APFR install and ingress. Copy.
And Steve, you can install the APFR onto the arm. You're looking for 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. For Sultan, while you have that...
Papa Fox 6. Okay.
Yep, good read back. For Sultan, while you have that bag in your hand, you're going to retrieve the large small RET that's on the handrail of that bag, and you're going to put the small hook onto handrail 8007, which is the same handrail that your temp stowed on.
8007, copy, small hook on... Copy.
Great view here of Steve Bowen as he handles the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, and places it on the Canadarm2, the latching end effector.
Okay.
And of course, we have another brief satellite handover. Teams here in Mission Control Houston continuing to monitor everything about today's spacewalk, including the status of the astronauts inside the space station, of course our astronauts outside and keeping up with those tasks, as well as the consumables for the astronauts, including their oxygen rates inside the suits.
No. This one did not go all the way over.
Copy, black on black. And we're just back with you from a handover, so if you
Hold on.
called a pull twist test, we missed it.
Hold on. Oh, I got the black on black. It didn't twist yet. Feels like it's in, but it hasn't twisted. Collar's not going back yet.
Copy. A couple of notes for Sultan while Steve works that. One is that we're out of the range for your erratic sensor, so we're not worried about that anymore. For your glove, what we want you to do is take a look at the flap and see if you can look underneath it and make sure that there's no additional damage to any other of the glove structure other than that RTV. And just a reminder that on the index finger, you've got that turtle skin underneath that RTV as well.
I copy, and I did report initially that that flap has another RTV flap, but nothing is exposed. Rubber.
Okay, good words. Thanks for double checking that. So Sultan, your next step is going to be to pre-stage the long wire tie on the clamshell MLI. So just double check that you have a long wire tie left on your BRT.
If I'm going to get any from the caddy, I only have short on my BRT.
Okay, yeah, we agree with that, Sultan. Sorry about that. I should have cut that before you put that in there. So we'll have you grab one long wire tie on the clamshell MLI.
Right, copy and work.
All right, and I'm having a hard time with this on black in the collar. Looks like it's in there. Collar does not want to move. Any suggestions?
We're taking a look.
Cycle it. That moved it a little bit. There we go. Now it's black on black. I cycled, but then it came out. Well, okay, now I got 12. Got it black on black, but it's not in.
Okay, we copy that it might just be in this soft capture.
It's in soft capture. Hold on. Yep, and that's 12. All right, now I got a good twist. The black on black. Yeah, collar is very stiff. I think that's a big part of this. It is in place. Got a
okay, Steve.
blocking at 12, black on black, good wiggle pull.
And we're checking, Steve. We may have you double check it.
All right.
Teams on the ground helping NASA astronaut Steve Bowen troubleshoot the install of the articulating portable foot restraint on the Canadarm2. Meanwhile, we saw the International Space Station enter an orbital daylight.
Okay, Steve, we're going to have you give that one more really good pull test, and rather than pulling on the boot plate, if you could go down to where the load limiter is, just obviously making sure you don't squeeze the paddles, and just make sure we have a good pull test.
I got a good pull test. I'm not...
Okay.
I got black on black. I got a good wiggle pull test.
All right, that is good. We appreciate the setup. So your next step is going to be to assist Sultan with the RFG setup.
Okay. All right. Get off the PFR.
So we can have one of you install the long wire tie onto the clamshell MLI, and we'll be assessing the clamshell MLI for snugness And then we also need to retrieve the EVA scissors and cut the MLI strap.
Okay, I have the wires, Steve, and I'll install them now. Clamshell.
Okay, let me get cleaned up a little bit. Sultan, I just gotta... Yeah, what might be our key is tangled up on. There it goes. All right, Sultan, we're coming up.
All right.
And Steve, we think what you could start doing is undoing the quarter turn fasteners on the MLI tent.
I can do that.
And Sultan, you can move over to that clamshell MLI for the long wire tie.
See that, I'm just 50 tether is in the end, surprisingly. Can I drop that green hook somewhere? Felt the tension that the green hook is, green wheel is, which reached the limit. But that's fair lead, maybe. We'll check.
And Sultan, yes, you can drop your green hook. So we recommend one method would be to fair lead over by the port airlock toolboxes. But you can also put your green hook down to get your tetherers out of the way wherever you see fit, probably toward the airlock on ESP2.
Disregard that, and I think it was the red wheel caught behind the ESP structure. Now I have enough room to work. Yep.
Yeah, we copy.
And I do not see the quarter turn. I don't see the quarter turn fasteners on the backside, correct?
Nothing on the back, just the
one over here and the ones in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's just ISS forward in port and on the high gain side. There should be 10 total. And then on the ISS starboard side, there's going to be an MLI Velcro flap that you can remove.
I can't get up there. All right, let me see what I can do.
Okay, well, tie installed on the handle. I'll feed it through the loops.
We copy, Sultan. And just a reminder on the, a couple cautions for you guys around the antenna. We don't want to exert any more than about 7 pounds into the high gain antenna. We want to minimize loads on the low gain antenna. And once we open it up, we want to avoid the white paint on the RFG and minimize loading into the flat face of the clamshell.
All right, we copy.
Everyone copies.
Think that's enough, Steve, or?
Yeah, you gotta twist it on there. Tuck it back through again, then twist it on itself.
As our spacewalkers begin work on removing the radio frequency group as part of the S-band antenna, if you look in the background at beautiful Earth, just above it is our moon.
I'll twist it.
And Sultan, once you get on there, or once you get that on there, you can kind of put your hands on the clamshell and assess how much it moves on the antenna itself. This will be where Steve is holding the RFG when we feed it into the airlock.
All right, I'll try to do a better job of writing this. Thanks, Steve.
Just take the open end and tuck it around it 3 times. Just tuck it in and around it and then fold it down. So bring it back up. No, you don't have to do that.
I'll do a flap, maybe.
Okay, that's fine.
That will help. Thanks.
I think you need to tuck it back through at least one more time.
Sure.
And Steve, by your left hand, there's kind of a Velcro seam along the RFG. You can open that up, getting ready to peel it back whenever you're ready.
Okay, that's all good. Right. All right, you can get to the last 2 quarter turns there on this side.
Okay, we'll do that. Those.
Yeah, I can't quite reach them.
And Sultan, your next step, you can retrieve the EVA scissors from the crew lock bag 1, and we'll be cutting the MLI strap.
All right, copy and on work.
And Steve, we'll have you stand by on the MLI until we get the strap cut.
Okay.
As we get that MLI open, reminder to both of you that we've seen some MMOD strikes on the RFG, and so we want to minimize touching any potential MMOD strike areas and that Z93 paint area.
Okay. Let me know my APFR settings. I'll make sure I'm good there. Let's
APFR
Papa,
settings 12, Papa Papa, Fox 6.
And I think I'm there.
Okay, I have my scissors, EVA scissors in hand. This is my location for the cut.
Copy, Sultan. And when you're at the clamshell, can you give us any words on how snug the clamshell is on the RFG antenna?
But the wire tie is tight, and I don't think it's like a proper grabbing point, but it's definitely close with the wire tie. Best effort, and it's tight. But it is rotating. If I do that, it does rotate.
Okay, with that then, Sultan, we are go for you to cut the MLI strap nearest the clamshell that connects the clamshell to the tent.
All right, we'll do that. Cut near the clamshell.
The first step in removing the radio frequency group is to remove the MLI, the multi-layer insulation that has protected the hardware. The RFG was not designed to be retrieved during an EVA.
That you did get the small end of the large small on the handrail, correct?
It is, but the large hook is still free. Where do I need to put it?
Okay, copy. Yeah, the small hook on the handrail. And then we have a request for you to close the EMU scissors, or the scissors until you're ready to use them.
Copy, I'm ready to use them.
Okay, you're going to cut that MLI, and we're about 15 seconds from a handover.
All right, copy.
We are back with you on voice, waiting on video.
Problem, and MLI is cut. Waiting for words on that. It is cut and with no part, no residual on the both sides. Just a small flap on the RFG clamshell.
All right, copy. You can stow the EVA scissors in the crew lock bag, and I hope that was fun. We rarely get to cut things on EVA. And your next step is going to be removing the MLI tent and attaching it to that large ret that you have staged.
Right.
Steve, we're going to have you move toward the arm and have you start performing your safety tether swap and getting ready for ingress.
Okay, let's talk me through that real quick. Sure I'm doing it right.
Yes. So for the safety tether swap, you want to make sure your waist tether is down. And your first step is to lock your green tether reel.
Lock green. Green is locked.
Copy, green is locked. Check that your green hook gate is closed and the hook is locked.
My green hook gate is closed and locked.
You can now relocate your yellow hook to the SSRMS handrail tether point.
Okay, going on to the yellow hook is going to the SSRMS. We'll put it on the forward handrail tether point. That's gate closed, slider locked.
Copy, gate closed, hook locked on the yellow on the handrail tether point. Your next step is to attach your green hook to ESP2 handrail 8011.
8011 green hook, that's in work. All right, 8011.
Copy, green hook.
Installed.
Copy the green hook on 8011, and you can unlock the green tether reel.
Unlock green tether reel.
And when you do that, you want to verify that the tether reel and the cable are clear of the RFG removal path.
That will be probably once I get the waist tether on that side clear of it. All right. Hmm.
3 hours and 35 minutes.
My right safety tether, my right waist tether, 8011. I'm gonna lock it. I'm gonna undo my red hook from my left steering extender and put it on the other side of the green hook. No, actually, I can just undo the green hook. Never mind. Undo the green hook again, put it on the other side of my red hook.
Yeah, that's where we were just getting to. If we leave your load path, and then we can just redo the green hook.
Yep, I agree with you. Sometimes I have to think a little bit harder than I have been, I guess.
And with that, Steve, that completes the safety tether swap procedure. So you can just verify your load path is clear. Your next step is going to be to ingress the APFR. Sultan, we see you opening and restraining the 10 MLI. And let us know when you have that on the large hook of the large small red.
It is attached already to the Velcro loop. Just want to tuck this more in a low profile for the removal and the NZGL operation.
Copy, good words. And would also take a baseline inspection when you have a chance of the white paint on the RFG from what you both can see.
All right, cool.
All right. I feel much better about that.
As Steve Bowen prepares to ingress the articulating portable foot restraint, Sultan Альнейади is removing some multi-layer insulation from the S-band antenna. This will allow them to more easily access and remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, which will be taken inside the space station.
For Steve, as you get to the ingress, you're going to make sure your tools and tethers are clear, that the ingress aid is stowed, and you can attach your waist tether to the ingress aid.
Okay, my waist tether is attached to the ingress aid. I'm going to detach myself from ESP2 and ingress the APFR.
Copy. And Sultan, when you're complete with the baseline inspection, we'll take any words on any damage or flaking that you may see, and then we'll go for the cables.
All right, stand by and invoke. And I do see some emoji stripes. The one it was shown in the pictures right in front of me, just left of the J1 connection. And I do see just smaller ones all around. I don't know if you see my camera here. Just tiny, very tiny, maybe.
We see a little bit in your camera. If you look up a little bit more, we've got a good view of the rest of the box from Steve's camera. Yeah, that's a good inspection. We appreciate that, Sultan. So you're now go to demate the SASA cables from the RFG and give us an inspection. That's going to be the P9 from the J9 and the P1 from the J1. And then you're going to get the caps from the crew lock bag and cap both ends.
All right, we'll do that. J9 from P9 and then J1 from P1. Thanks.
That's correct.
Okay, and I have ingress the APFR. I'm ingress the APFR. All my headers are clear of ESP, and I think I'm ready to go to the removal position.
Yep, and from Steve, we'll get a glove and a hap check from you. But before we take the comm for Robo, Sultan, are you good for your next couple steps? You're going to demate those cables. You're going to retrieve the cap keeper from the crew lock bag, and then you're going to put the caps and the plugs on both cable ends and both box connections.
Absolutely, and I did demate J9 and P9, and I see no fault, good fans, and good MI band. They were back, fully forward, fully backward, they were centered. Demating the other one, do a quick inspection, then you can translate to Steve.
And Steve, if you want to give a double check on your feet on the APFR, we thought we might have seen a little bit of movement on your left heel. Correction, right heel. Right heel.
I was checking it. I was trying to play with it.
Right, and same thing here on the J1, B1, good pins, no fault, good EMI bands, ready to cover all of these.
Okay, Sultan, you are go to get all the caps, and we'll get words on those after we move the arm. And so for Steve, did you get your glove and hap check?
Hey, glove's good, happens track.
All right, Steve, you can you have the comms to give Frank the go to GCA to the RFG retrieval position.
I'm going to try and get my right foot back in. All right, that feels good. Okay, Frank. I need to go station forward 30 centimeters I gave you, and then you can go GTA to the RFG removal position.
Steve, we copy. Brakes are coming off. Begin G. Follow it up with 70 centimeters station starboard. Starting motion station forward.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Actually, sorry, stand by one. We gotta set up one thing.
Okay.
That's the voice of NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, who will be controlling the Canadarm2 as he begins to relocate Steve Bowen on the end of the Canadarm2. It'll put him in a proper position to remove some bolts that are on the RFG. Sultan in the background has demated 2 cables from the radio frequency group and is installing caps to protect them for future use.
Steve, we're starting motion station forward for 24 centimeters.
That sounds good. I'm ready.
70 centimeters.
That was like good motion.
Good motion.
Stop motion.
Motion.
Okay, let me take a look. I think I need about 20 centimeters station starboard, and then 20 centimeters station. Let's see. We were going starboard, right? So station later.
Okay, Steve, we copy 20 more centimeters, continue station starboard, and then 20 centimeters station nadir.
I think that'll do it.
All right, start in motion, station starboard.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
Actually, station zenith. I'm sorry, I had that backwards since I'm upside down.
Okay, Steve, we copy station zenith. That should be towards your feet and your left side. Starting motion, station zenith.
Great motion.
Copy, good motion.
You can stop motion there.
Copy, hold position.
And you put brakes on. That's a great position. Thank you.
We copy, GCA complete, stand by for brakes. Steve, brakes are on, your go for RFG bolt release.
All right, thank you.
And we copy that brakes are back on. So Steve, big picture, when Sultan is done installing the caps, he's going to hand you a large small ret, and you're going to put that large small ret onto the RFG, and then you're going to be driving the bolts.
Some acronym breakdown for you. Steve Bowen will be receiving, he'll be attaching a retractable equipment tether to the radio frequency group, since that will soon be released from the space station. He'll be using a PGT or pistol grip tool to release 8 structural bolts. After those have been released, he will release 1 jacking bolt. Sultan Альнейади is meanwhile finishing up removing some of those cables from the S-band to the RFG itself and installing caps, as those will be reinstalled in the future once the RFG is replaced.
I see I'm finishing the last cap. For some reason it's not setting as I expected. And one cap is installed on J1. The other one is looking for a better alignment here.
We copy. And Sultan, if it gives you a little more workspace, you can take the hook off of the cap that you have installed.
Copy.
Both caps installed. Full test. Releasing the hooks.
Nicely done. So you can release those hooks, and the caddy is going to go back to the crew lock bag, And then when you're the kulak bag, you can pick up 2 large small rets, and you'll be handing one of those over to Steve. And we can have Steve start to drive bolts while Sultan continues to tack down the cables. And Steve, just a reminder for you that you do have the page in your cuff if you want to take a look at the orientation. But in general, if you look at the bolts, the middle jacking bolt is bolt E. And then just to the left of that is F. And F is going to be the first one that you do. And then you're going to go basically 1 left, 1 right, 2 left, 2 right, all the way to the ends.
Copy.
Yep, that is good. And then hopefully we won't need to know this, but if you look to the left of the leftmost bolt and to the right of the rightmost bolt is where you'd see the spring plungers kind of perpendicular to the bolts. Pretty small little spring plungers.
Those guys.
Yeah, that's a good spot. And one more orientation note for you, Steve. When you go to remove it, I know we talked about this a lot in the conferences, but the motion that you'll want to do is kind of a yawing motion where you would push slightly with your right and pull with your left, and then vice versa. So just a real slight yaw onto the RFG as you pull.
Just keep it basically flat. Don't lift it till it clears. And we should be able to pull it basically straight back out.
Yep, we agree with those words.
I think I've got enough flow here to get it out.
I think you're ready, Steve.
Yep, just waiting on the long duration, the large flow.
Bring it.
This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Again, this is Bowen's 8th using his handheld camera to take some photos of the hardware and maybe even Earth below. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles over Paraguay.
Give you a small hook.
Copy. I have the small hook. And now let me get that in place. you. The large hook is going on the RFG. Back in place.
Yeah, we see that the large small is on the RFG. So for Sultan, you can move back to the crew lock bag, and actually we need a, actually not quite yet. So we're going to have you secure the stanchion cables P1 and P9 to the stanchion with a wire tie, and then you can stow the cap keeper there in crew lock bag 1.
Okay, copy.
And for Steve, we are ready to drive the bolts. Just a reminder around the RFG to watch for sharp edges. Your PGT settings are Bravo 1, counter 2.
All right, let me get the cal check down here. Powering on. The cal. Motor. Get the cal pass. The D-test is good. And 41.17 volts. Sound right? All right, 41.17 volts. And we're looking for what now?
You want to set Bravo 1, counter 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. And the fifth bolt from the left, the fourth bolt from the right.
Yep, so it'll be the fourth bolt from the left will be your first one. So F1, it's going to be one to the left of the jacking bolt.
Okay, so they're numbered A through A from the right. Okay, one to the left of the jacking bolt. And I'm starting at how many turns?
That's correct, and you should expect about 6.8 to 12.8 turns.
Okay, that's in work. First bolt is 7.
Again, Steve Bowen will release 8 of these structural bolts. He's using the PGT, or the pistol grip tool. It's essentially a drill. And it helps for him to be in the articulating portable foot restraint that's mounted to the Canadarm 2, so that he has some...
Like the heel coil's coming out. It is loose and clear now, though. Maybe that's just the spring. Must just be the spring. Spring's clear on Foxtrot. I'm ready for Delta.
Copy. We are ready for Delta.
That was 12.0 turns.
Copy. 12.0.
Clear that. Back to counterclockwise 2, going for Delta.
Concur.
Having stable footing during these turns keeps Bowen from rotating with the drill.
All right. That was 12.0 turns as well.
Copy. 12.0 on bolt Delta. So you go for block Golf, third from the left.
From the left didn't work. That feels like it's clear as well. And another 12 turns. All right.
Copy. Another 12 turns for block Golf. Your next will be block Charlie, third from the right.
All right. And I got 10.4 turns there on Charlie. So now I'm over to Hotel.
Onto Hotel.
And 10.5 turns on hotel. Bravo. Next.
Good words. Bolt Bravo, and we copied 10.5 on Bolt Hotel.
We're now 4 hours since the start of today's spacewalk. Steve Bouen now helping release 8 bolts. That will help remove the RFG, the radio frequency group.
NZGL cables, you want them anywhere in the station?
Yes, Sultan, you can go anywhere onto that stanchion so that they're secure and clear of the RFG removal path.
12 turns. And now to India.
And Sultan, just to clarify my last, we want those cables tacked down to anywhere that's on the same structure as the RFG.
The set is going to be on the same statue that's carrying.
Copy.
Turning on me, sorry about that. Somewhere around 12 turns. Alpha.
And we copy that you're on to Alpha.
I got 13 turns there. Let's check all the strings.
We copy all the bolts and
It's
just
Shirley. Trying to figure out which one's my Shirley and this one and golf might be worth another turn or two if that's okay.
And Steve, we are good with that if you want to put a couple of turns into golf.
All right. And they all seem run out. They all push back. Okay. That's good. I think I'm ready for Echo.
Okay, and we're going to stand by one and get Sultan in a position to monitor.
Bowen has released all 8 structural bolts from the radio frequency group.
And so, Sultan, we'd like you to move into position to see the aft side of the RFG during removal. Reminder for both of you is that after the center jacking bolt is released, we only want to pull the RFG towards Steve, not up. And to beware of sharp edges on the stanchion mounting plate and the RFG base once that RFG is removed.
All right, I copy all and so. Okay. Bye.
This view from Sultan Альнейади's helmet camera, who's moving into position to help with the removal of the RFG. Bowen will remove one more bolt, known as the jacking bolt.
And if you're okay with this, if they're okay with this, I'd like to move the big hook to my right-hand side, just to make it easier when I go to grab the
And Steve, you are go to move that.
Thank you.
Sultan, for your positioning, we specifically want you to look at the aft side of the RFG where that soft dock catch is and monitor it tracking.
Right. To reposition myself myself here. Give me a second.
No worries. And we'll have time to tack down those cables once the RFG is removed.
Sit. Okay, so you have the view of the RFG. You are go to release.
Okay.
And we concur. And Steve, just one note: you're about 8 minutes to a sunset. If you need to reconfigure anything before you have your hands full.
I think I'll be okay. And what about settings again?
Okay, so for releasing the RFG center jacking bolt, you are go to release that. It's the same settings, Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, and you're expecting about 24.5 to 30.5 turns.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, 24 to 30 and a half turns. That's going in work. All right, getting turns. Okay, torqued out at 4.64 turns at 12.1 pounds.
And we copy, standby 1. All right, Steve, as you can imagine, this puts us in a crib sheet, so we are going to run you through the steps here. The first thing we want you to do is, and you got to give a good call, but just re-verify that all of the structural bolts are fully released, that they're spring-loaded and should free spin and pop up.
Right, let me put my GT away and I'll double check all those. Okay.
And Sultan, as he drove that jacking bolt, did you see any movement on the soft dock cap?
To me, it was the same, and I didn't see any apparent motion.
Yeah, everything seems loose.
Okay, copy.
All right, and I think everything's loose. Good spring on each one of them. Obviously, sometimes hard to tell when you can't turn. They all seem to spin, actually.
Okay, Steve, so we're going to have you re-verify that the socket is fully engaged, and we're going to re-attempt a release with the same settings, Bravo 1, counter 2.
Hey, Bravo 1, counter 2. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. It is fully seated. And torques out with a 2 additional turns.
We copy it torqued out. Standby 1. And we're going to talk about this for
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Альнейаді are on their first spacewalk together, the fourth of the year.
And still no words for you quite yet, but just for your awareness that tells us that it's still engaged in the aft section. So we were talking about our next steps.
I agree. Yep.
The spacewalk began 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, and the astronauts are on their second major task, which is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. The RFG is the computer and electronics that control the S-band system. Bowen just released 8 structural bolts and is working to remove the one jacking bolt. Bowen was able to execute fewer turns than were expected when using the pistol grip tool.
We're going to have you put your PGT on Bravo 1 clockwise too. So we're going to basically drive it in a little bit and then reattempt a nominal release torque. So we're going to drive the bolt only one turn on Bravo 1 clockwise too.
Okay. Okay, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. You do one turn.
Good words.
That's fully seated. And it torqued. And it torqued out at 12.0 as well. And no 0.004 turns.
Okay, we understand that it only went 0.004 and torqued out. Checking. And we're about 20 seconds to hand over, so you might want to take a picture. We're going to have to talk about this for a sec.
This view from Mission Control Houston as we are in a satellite handover during the spacewalk. Teams here are troubleshooting the removal of the RFG, the radio frequency group that Bowen is working on. He's using the pistol grip tool to remove a jacking bolt that has given fewer turns than expected. We can troubleshoot this, so they are working through those right now.
Already.
Robert's correct.
We are back with you after the handover, but we are still chatting.
Okay.
And Sultan, while we're waiting for words, you can go ahead and finish tacking down those cables if you'd like.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Steve, here's the plan. We talked earlier about the yaw motion to wiggle the RFG. So this is where you're going to gently push on your left and pull on your right, and then vice versa, to see if there's right here that we don't go up and down. So you only want to go left and right with a slight yaw. And once you've worked that a little bit, we're going to reattempt.
I see no play.
Copy, we understand no play.
And right and left, see no play. No play.
Copy, we're going to have you reattempt one more time of the nominal release, Bravo 1, counter 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Good read back.
So, 1, counterclockwise 2. No joy. I got 0.
Okay, we copy, Steve. Stand by 1.
Coming up on 4 hours and 20 minutes into the spacewalk, again, Steve Bowen working to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, part of the S-band antenna. Bolt is being quite stubborn. The team's here helping troubleshoot next steps for Bowen as he uses the pistol grip tool to release the RFG from its stanchion.
And Steve, just letting you know, we are still talking about it. This is kind of a unique case that puts us in between a few things. So we'll get words back to you in just a minute.
I understand.
I am sure you do. And Sultan, we still don't have our next steps, but it may include the pry bar. So just to save a little time, we'd like you to retrieve the pry bar from crew lock bag 1.
I understand, and I think I'll stand by for those cables because I don't have a good reach under this tension within the RFG without touching it. So I'll stand by for that and I'll prepare the pry bar.
Good plan, Sultan. Thanks. And for both crew, while we continue to talk about this, we'd like to take a glove and HEP check. And for your awareness, that's a time-based one. You're about 4.5 hours PET.
Copy. And easy one, good gloves, happy dry.
And for EV2, no change on the gloves, all the same, and hat is still dry.
Copy. Thank you both.
Well, Todd, is there even a lip you can get that pry bar into back there?
So, yes.
Okay. It hasn't backed off any that we can tell, but I can tell anyway.
But will it work without removing the jack and bolts?
I don't know.
You guys are talking about what everybody down here is talking about, but stand by 1.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the next steps that we're going to try. Sultan, you guys were kind of reading our minds up there. We're going to have you go to the aft side of the RFG with that pry bar. And what we're going to do is we're going to line the pry bar up in the middle of the RFG with a small end, and let us know if you can get, if there's a lip or like a catch. You want to put the kind of the tooth of the pry bar down, and then so that when you lift up on it, it'll push forward on the RFG only in the direction of the bolts.
I think I have a small lip here, and self make it orientation, and then how pry bar can be positioned.
Okay, and just to let you know, both the overall plan, we're going to see if we can get any push on that RFG. Once you see any movement at all, then you can stop what you're doing and we'll try that bolt again. And again, we want to make sure that you're in this as close to the center of the RFG as you can so we don't side load it. There is an alignment guide right in the middle of the RFG, so you're going to have to go just to one side of that. And when you do put the force into it, it's going to be a slow, steady force. We don't want any impulsing.
Copy.
Yeah, and just a little further words, we don't want any kind of impulse hits on it. And it's the limit is about 75 pounds, but just a nice smooth turn on the crowbar or the pry bar to see if you can get that pushed.
Yeah, I think it's positioned very well, but my orientation is not great for flying more force. I did push a little bit, and it did not move.
Okay, Sultan, then you can reposition as you see fit to make sure we're getting a good force impulse or press smoothly onto the aft side of it. And Sultan, if it's easier at the work site, you can release one of the, it looks like there's 2 rets on the pry bar.
It's not moving. I'm going to force it too much.
Okay, we copy, Sultan.
Negative motion, nothing.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Steve, we are going to have you try one more time, Bravo 1, counter 2 on the jacking bolt. Sultan, we want you to stay clear of the aft side and just observe. We don't want the pry bar in there at all.
Okay. Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, bolt E. I got 0.15 turns and torque down to 12.4.
Okay, we copy. Okay, Steve, we're going to try one more time driving in the bolt one turn. So it's going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 2, one turn only.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2, I need the cow, hold on. Test 3.1 volts. Okay, so clockwise 2, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Is that correct? One turn.
Yeah, and that's correct. Driving in clockwise, one turn.
Okay. Here we go. Worked out at 0.11 turns, 4.0 about.
Okay, Steve, and we're going to go Bravo 1, counter 2, again to reattempt.
Bravo 1, counter 2, reattempt. Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. All right. 0.11 turns, 12.3 foot-pounds.
Yeah, we copy that, Steve, and we're going to talk about it for another minute.
Absolutely.
We're over 4.5 hours into today's spacewalk. Our two astronauts, Steve Bouen, this is from his helmet camera view right here, and Sultan Альнейади have completed the first major task of the day, which was to route some cables that will be used on future IROSAs, some rollout solar arrays that will be installed later this year, as well as to secure some multi-layer insulation around the hardware in that area. They've moved on to the second major task of the day, which is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. Bowen has removed.
Okay, gentlemen, the next step that we're going to take is we're going to coordinate those two movements. So, Sultan, we're going to have you place the pry bar where you had it before, and Steve, you're going to reattempt to disengage with a nominal torque of Bravo 1, counter 2, and then coordinate your movements so that Sultan is pushing on the back at the same time that Steve is driving the bolt.
All right, Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. And, Sultan, if you're ready. Okay, hold on. Let me get clear. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I torqued out again.
And no motion here.
0.7.16 turns.
We copy. Stand by 1.
The RFG was not designed to be removed during a spacewalk. And there's one bolt that's giving the astronauts trouble right now, so teams on the ground are helping them step through some additional procedures that may help them remove this piece of hardware. The goal is for the team to remove the hardware, bring it inside the space station, and eventually return it to Earth for refurbishment before it is launched back again.
Twenty seconds to handover, and we are still talking about this one.
Okay.
We are still with you both, and we're still talking it.
Cool. Okay.
Again, this view live inside Mission Control Houston as NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and UAE astronaut Sultan Альнейади are on a spacewalk today outside the International Space Station. Right now, they're troubleshooting the removal of the RFG, the radio frequency group. This is the brains, essentially, of the orbital replacement unit on the S-band system. It contains the computer and electronics that control it. We're looking to remove this piece of hardware that you can see from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera, bring it inside the space station for eventual refurbishment.
Okay, the next step that we're going to have you both try is a combination of the pry bar on the back with Sultan and then the wiggle on the front with you, Steve. We're thinking that we need to overcome a little bit of stiction between the RFG and the mounting plate. And so some gentle yawing at the same time as we use the pry bar on the back.
Okay, tell me when you're in position, Sultan. One. Just get in a good position where you can be steady, sort of steady push. Three. Okay, I'm in position. Okay, I'm going to start yawing. Left, right. Seeing no motion. Are you seeing anything? Nope. Okay, good steady push on it? I am. Yeah, it looks like it. You can see your reflection in your helmet, by the way. Visor. I'm seeing nothing. Continuing to yaw.
Okay, we copied no motion. So the next step, Sultan, I know we have talked about not lifting up the RFG, but it's stuck in the position that we're at. That's kind of our next best option. So Sultan, we're going to have you flip the pry bar around and put the long edge just under the RFG and gently try to lift slightly up on the RFG. And what we're trying to do is exercise some of that stiction between the RFG and the stanchion plate.
All right, copy you, put that in work. I'm sorry.
And just to clarify, no action for you on this one, Steve.
I'm just standing back there and watching.
On both sides.
And Sultan, those are good motions, and we'll just have you continue that all the way out to the edges of the box. And Steve, just so you can be ready, after he's exercised the full length of the RFG, we'll have you attempt re-release on Bravo 1, counter 2, one more time. And you guys are about 3 minutes.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Those are good words. And you're about 3 minutes from a sunrise. And just so you know, we are watching the timeline. We have a few more minutes to troubleshoot before we'll have to move on.
Okay, I tried it in all stations at the back.
All right, and Steve, you are go to reattempt the center jacking bolt, Bravo 1, counter 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2, inward center jacking bolt. Fully seated. Torque. Got a good green light. 12.3 turns, 0.3 turns. 0.3 per pound, 0.3 turns.
We copy. Stand by 1. Okay, big picture on the potential next steps. We're not taking the action yet, but there's a couple of associated words here. So the next step is going to be to increase the PGT to Bravo 7. And note that the PGT will only, it'll ramp up the torque that it puts into the bolt until it starts moving. There is a warning associated that this is going to be above the failure torque of the bolt. Increasing in the torque may break at the bolt interface on both the RFG and the stanchion, so be prepared for FOD with a small trash bag and avoid contact with the bolt interface.
Copy. Okay, no copies.
And stand by 1. I will call you when we want to take that next step.
Coming up on 4 hours and 50 minutes into the spacewalk, we have an orbital sunrise on the International Space Station. Station flying 262 statute miles over the Sea of Japan. This view coming from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, NASA astronaut on his 8th spacewalk today. Teams here on the ground are working to troubleshoot a stuck bolt on this RFG, radio frequency group, that the teams are trying to remove.
And we are still talking about it before we take this next step.
Absolutely. forward. Just off the button.
Good one.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, Steve and Sultan, here's the plan. Steve, we are going to have you do Bravo 7, counter 2. Sultan, at the same time, we're going to have you gently push with a pry bar on the back side. And keep in mind that the PGT is only going to put in as much force as needed to start driving that bolt. So if you get an indication that the bolt is broken, as in it's free spinning and the box is not moving anywhere, go ahead and stop. Sultan, as soon as you see motion on the box, stop pushing with a pry bar.
I copy all.
I copy all as well.
All right.
Ready when you are, Steve.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. Is that correct? Hey, get good position on this. I'm getting motion. Oh, it broke. And let it
Yep, and we see that.
collect. I'm not going to try to catch the washers.
And Steve, did you see where the bolt head went, or did that stay captive on your PGT?
Not yet. I haven't checked the end of the PGT yet. All right.
Copy.
Oh, it was at the end of the PGT. I have the bolt head in hand. Put it in my trash bag.
One washer was going forward zenith direction, and it wasn't hitting anything. They went zenith and forward to the station. There is one on your left.
Okay, we copy your tracking, Sultan. Okay, we're going to need a minute to talk about this one. If you see any loose items,
All right, I've got the bolt head in the trash bag. Nope, I had it.
And then there is a washer just on top of Steve's helmet. Slowly, I don't know if you can see it from my camera.
Okay, I can't even get this thing through the bristles on the trash bag. Hold on. All right, it's in the trash bag. So where's another one?
It's right on top of your helmet. You can't reach it. Bring slowly away.
Do a torque it broke at. And then just for your record,
and Steve, as you get everything
20.4 20.9 on the actual torque, and I got the bolt head stowed in the trash bag, and you can see where it's sheared off at the base of the wide part of the bolt.
Okay, we copy that. That was expected. And once you get things stowed, if you give us a good glove and hap check due to the sharp edges, or sorry, glove check due to the sharp edges, and we're talking about next steps.
Okay. Well, good. Right glove is good. Both gloves are good. Might be a small bump on the RTV on my right glove. Can't tell if it's a. But it hasn't penetrated RTV. Might need to get inside. Well, might need to take a look at that later on.
Okay, we copy the spot on the RTV on the right glove, and you believe it's limited to just the RTV.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good word, Steve. We're obviously talking about this one a little bit. Big picture, we're at 5 hours of PET.
Understand.
And we are 5 hours into today's spacewalk. This view from helmet camera of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He and Sultan Альнейади, UAE astronaut, are working to remove the
Sultan, we're going to have you use the pry bar to put some pressure on the back of the box, while Steve, we're going to have you pull it. You can do the gentle left-right wiggle, but we're going to see if by chance this might have been released.
Hey, ready when you are, Steve.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Easy, steady. I'm going left, right, left, right. Still no motion. Still push left, right, left. And we're getting nothing in.
We copy.
The two astronauts have been working to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group. However, there was one bolt that was through future steps for the rest of the spacewalk.
Okay, Sultan, we're going to have you head back to the staging bag in the airlock, and we're going to have you pick up the EVA hammer. We think that we might be able to loosen up the cling of the jacking bolt with the use of the EVA hammer. Again, that's in the staging bag in the airlock.
Okay, copy.
Teams continue troubleshooting procedures here in Mission Control Houston and relaying those up to the astronauts. Sultan Альнейади is going to retrieve another tool to attempt in helping remove the RFG from its stanchion. The 8 structural bolts released by Bowen all moved as planned. However, the one center jacking bolt would not remove and eventually sheared off. And a reminder, this hardware was not planned to be modified or serviced during a spacewalk, so the goal overall, though, is to have it removed, brought inside the space station, and returned to Earth for refurbishment ahead of another launch to the station. This hardware is part of the S-band system, which is our critical command and data link to and from the station. Obviously, we have redundancy in those services, otherwise we wouldn't have the communications that we do today.
Yeah, so you should just, at this point, just ratchet clockwise.
So you want me to try and just ratchet this thing in? Okay.
And it will probably be an additional 5 turns, Steve. And for Sultan...
I'm not sure what I'm getting for turns.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I see that you're cleaning up the bag. For your steps, we're talking about the cables. And I think that you had the wire tie around the cables, but you had not tacked them down to a handrail. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, yes.
Okay, if you can get those stowed on a stanchion with a wire tie, you can, and otherwise we'll have to reinstall them.
Right, the handrail outside of tent. Are we closing the tent anyway?
Checking.
All right, I'm almost there. I think I'm breaking torque. Yep. That bolt is in. I don't know how many extra turns it was. Probably the 5.
Okay, Steve, we're going to do the same thing.
MTL. Back to 30.5 on the MTL.
That's affirmative. And for Sultan, we'll end up kind of cleaning up everything back there, so you're...
Just tuck them under the RFG, they'll be secured, plus they're capped and we can cover with the tent, they'll be secured. They'll be in the tent. Tent.
We are good with that plan, Sultan.
A lot harder in gloves than it is in hand. $30.5.
All right, good config. So we're Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 30.5. You're going to go on Bolt Alpha, 5 turns.
Alpha, 5 turns. Bravo 1. Clockwise 2. Alright. Alright, manual ratchet. And we go to motor. And then motor, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Bolt Alpha, 5 turn.
Good settings, good bolt.
Turns. 0.06 turns. 0.0.
Okay, we copy. And the good news is you can now just go to Alpha 1 and drive it in to torque.
That is much better news than going back to MTL. Bravo Alpha 1, pushing to Alpha, verifying I'm in Alpha 1, and clockwise 2 still?
Affirmative, clockwise 2.
And I'm going to go till torque on Bolt Alpha.
Good words.
Here it comes.
Bowen is now driving the 8 structural bolts he was able to release earlier. In removing the RFG, we got stuck on
Alright. About at 2.3 pounds at 4.90 turns.
Okay, we copy 2.3 and 4.9. And next we're going to go to the